Bai Qi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Qi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Qi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Qi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Qi's weapon of choice is the scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Qi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Qi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Qi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Blum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Qi's weapon of choice is the scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Qi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Qi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Qi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter-sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the WKS Qualifiers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my buddy here, Dash. Dash, how are you feeling today?
Oh man, it's feeling great. This day is going to be interesting because we have a lot of games, or rather 2 games in front of us today. This is going to be a lot of things for both of our teams. It's going to be a best of 5 and we're going to be watching all of it. And we're starting today with a bang, especially for this first game.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Can't wait to get the day started because these 3 teams right now battling out for only 2 slots to get into the regular season. And it's not only about 2 slots, there's also money on the line, there's also pride on the line as well. I mean, as a competitive team, you always want to get the number 1 spot, irregardless.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's especially for a lot of teams, right? Everybody wants to get that final slot, and also it's very important for them to get that 2 slots from the wildcard kings. So this is going to be interesting for the teams because they will be able to get that slot. Whoever wins this will get the 2nd slot. Yesterday we already had the team Pause Gaming who was able to take that 1st slot. So today we're waiting for that 2nd team to take that 2nd slot.
Yeah, and speaking about Pause Gaming, they have been the powerhouse so far. In this qualifiers, they have yet to drop a single game in any of their series. And they even went up with our lower bracket finalists, who are Fearless Esports as well as Maelstrom Catalyst. Both of these teams fell to the hands of Pause Gaming. So that's going to be the anime big boss waiting towards the end. But before heading towards that final match, Maelstrom Catalyst and Fearless Esports will need to fight out with each other to know who's going to move forward.
Yeah, and also just to give a backgrounder to everyone out here is that they are having a challenge here because they both lost against Pause Gaming. So that's a common denominator for both of them. So they both want revenge. And Pause Gaming was the reason why they were both in the lower brackets.
Yeah, and Pause Gaming, they are no pushover team, right? I mean, they have experience playing in EWC before this. Most of them, they were former AG Global. And yeah, I mean, that's just a statement by itself, right? They have that experience, they have the know-how, and obviously they have the technical capability, and that's why they have yet to drop a single game. Clear favorites as of now to be the champion of the qualifiers. But before we move on to the game, this will be the prize pool distribution.
This is interesting because right now, even on the qualifiers, we do have a prize pool. A 2,500 USD prize pool. The first place will take 1,000, second 500, third is 300, fourth is 200, fifth and sixth is 150, seventh and eighth is going to be $100. Sir Cloud, that's a lot of money for this, guys. At least for now, this is a good amount of money. Then, once they move into the next stage, they're going to get more money.
Yeah, and if they move from that next stage to EWC, that's even more money. So a lot of rewards for all our teams, right? And since we're at our top 3, so it's a guaranteed bare minimum of 300 US dollars. But of course, you don't want to settle for only 300 US dollars. You want to go for the big prize, the 1,000 US dollars, and also the slot to get into the regular season where they will meet with other invited teams waiting for them there for more opportunities to gain more money and also the slot to EWC.
Yeah, especially later on, the grand finals will be about who will be taking that 1,000, who will be taking that 500 US dollars. But remember, everyone, after this game, both of them already is qualified. The top 2 teams are already qualified for WKS, so they are just fighting for that prize pool in the end there. But for now, this first game, these 2 are still fighting for that 2nd slot.
Yeah, it's scary, right, Dash? If you kind of think about it, like you're just one step away from at least the slot to the regular season. And if you fail this step, you're out until the next season. And the next season could probably be the second half of the year. So there's a lot on the line for these 2 teams.
I think it's still going to be in August, right? So how many months is that? Is that 3 months? You're going to be waiting 3 months for the next big thing. So you really need to get the win on this. And also, just to juggle your minds, everybody, this is what happened from the past few days on what happened during our games. The important thing here is to point out Pause Gaming, is gonna be was fighting Fearless Esports and even Maelstrom, and they are the reasons why both of them are now in the lower brackets. So they are gonna be fighting for that, and that awesome timing of getting that revenge on Pause Gaming.
Oh yeah, that's like the quest as well, right? Get
Yeah.
your revenge in style from the lower bracket and make a statement, because you want to have a good red carpet, spotlight onto you as you head onto the regular season by then, to say that, hey, you know what? We took down the big boss, the anime boss, the one that all of you thought that would bring this one back home. That is a big motivation by itself for all these teams. But again, looking at the journey of Fearless, they came through the lower bracket even further than MCE. We kind of think about it. So they had a tougher route to reach this lower bracket final stage.
Yeah, and while we're talking about it, though, having a lot more reps is actually sometimes a good thing, because having more games is a good thing in a way that you're just polishing yourselves, you're learning more about yourselves, and also you're fighting against a lot of strong teams. So polishing more of that skill actually helps you out. And that is sometimes the reason why lower bracket teams take the win, is because they got more reps, they got more games, and the other team, Oz Gaming, is just waiting on their throne, just eating chips and waiting for Fearless and Maelstrom to destroy themselves.
Oh, I love the analogy of eating chips, right? Like they're just
Yeah.
they're just waiting up there. They're just waiting up there. But one thing about going through the lower bracket, like what you said, you get more reps, but that also means that your data is out there.
Oh,
Your
that's true.
information is exposed. And while eating chips, pause, they'll be like, oh, we know what you're gonna draft after this. We can easily outdraft you just because we have more data about you.
Yeah, and also to give it to the watchers out there, this is going to be standard draft, everybody. It's not going to be the global ban and pick, because we're still in the qualifiers. So with the standard draft, you're probably going to be seeing a lot of the same heroes for game 1 to 3, because that is going to be the case here. But again, here's the schedule. Fearless Hong Kong versus Maelstrom Catalyst. They're going to be the first game for today. It's a best of 5. And Pause Gaming versus whoever wins against this two. But if ever they get to the grand finals, they already have a spot here for the regular season.
Yeah, so by that time, it's more of like playing for pride, and of course, the differential of prize pool. I mean, it's like what? We're talking about you being the champion, it's $1,000 US. Second place is $500 US. I mean, nobody wants to give up that $500 US, right?
That's true. I mean, $500 US. What can I do with that? I can buy a new microphone with $500 US. So
Hey!
one of the best microphones with that. But again, they are fighting for that prize pool. So with that, it is a big prize that they're fighting for here for both of our teams. And again, as Sir Cloud said, it's for pride. Because you want to get that pride. As gamers, we want to get that win, and we want to get that competitive spirit going in.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And plus, players like Pause, even players like whether they're from Fearless, they do have experience playing on the international stage.
Oh, yeah.
And especially Fearless themselves, as an org, they played in S2 before. So they have had their name up there. They know how to deal with the international stage. They have the experience. I'm pretty sure they want to maintain their status too.
Yeah, I also remember this team specifically because I know that Fearless Esports were there during the Hawk Championship, if I remember correctly. They were 56th place during that time, and they even still had Dao Dao, who is now in the KMW. You don't see him anymore here in the Fearless Esports, but he went to the KMW and is now in OG, but he was part of Fearless Esports back then, and now they have a new player on their side. So this is going to be a different story, a different form of Fearless Esports from the last time that we've seen them.
Yeah, and now coming into the match real soon, we're going to put focus onto, of course, not only Fearless Esports, but also Maelstrom Catalyst. So Maelstrom Catalyst, they didn't have as many reps as Fearless Esports, as they fell to the lower bracket from the upper bracket finals, going up against Pause Gaming, and they lost in a 3-0 matchup. And looking over as well in your predictions as the audience, looks like most of you are citing Fearless Esports.
Oh man, the audience knows who to support here. They know that Fearless Esports might have the chance here, and Maelstrom could not be the favorites in this one, but they might surprise everybody on this side. So anything could still happen. So I'm not really casting my votes yet. Maybe until I see the draft, then I'll cast my vote to whoever is gonna be winning. How about you, McLeod?
Yeah, I'm on the fence as well, right? Because it really depends on the draft too. But of course, if we were to look at just by the name itself, it's hard to doubt Fearless as an organization with that sort of experience as well. But you mentioned about the draft, right? So since we are doing a standard draft, like what are the type of heroes that you would expect to see coming up?
You know what? Let's go with the Clash lane first. I mean, Byron and Mayin are getting a lot of love from all of the players here. And even Fearless Esports, what I like about them, they've been playing Luna and Jing the whole time. And that's why I'm kind of afraid, because a strong Luna and Jing, and if you don't ban them, that's a scary draft that I'm looking at here. But how about you? What do you think?
I think I'm good. We're going to see a lot of Arlie here. It's been like one of the hot picks. Whether there is a good win rate with it or not is going to be a separate conversation. But the Arlie, I think, is going to be a hot pick. Probably the Pei as well, a hot pick. And also in the middle, maybe the Mai, because you want to play this mechanical heroes to be able to overcome your opponents from a mechanical perspective as well. And I like the fact that you mentioned about the Luna and also the Jing. These two heroes are very highly mechanical. So in order for the team to stop them, they need to have a good amount of CC. Ideally, single target to stop them.
Yeah, a lot of crowd controls is going to be needed here, especially if ever it will be coming out. One thing that is scary about the standard draft is that Maisha and the Wit and Arlie are always going to be banned. So there's a lot of other open heroes that the other teams are going to be picking. But Maelstrom recognizes, like what we said a while ago, they recognize the fact that Luna is strong, and Fearless Esports would love to pick that.
And looking over at some of the bans here, it's part of our prediction, right? You mentioned about the Luna as well. It's been taken out, Pei is out, Mai is out as well. One last ban before we head on to our first pick, and it's the Mayin. And you mentioned about the Mayin being so popular. Too bad we're not going to see it in game one.
Oh man, I'm really surprised about this ban. It's been a while since we've seen a standard draft because of this. This is gonna be an interesting draft. Will they be picking the Arlie? Oh, they went in for that Dharma. They want that setup in order for them to be safe. If ever there's a Jing, at least they can shoot him out of the way. But the other side, Sun Tzu and Arlie.
Yeah, Sun Tzu able to engage, and then of course you gotta have the Arlie for yourself if the opportunity arises. And the Arlie will do well if she has a very good babysitter. So I would expect that perhaps we might see a Zhang coming in later on. If not, maybe something like a Dare will be pretty nice as well to babysit, especially during the laning stages. And it also allows the Arlie to scale towards the late game and be very dangerous.
Ooh, I like this. The I Ching, to usually what they pick in Maelstrom is going to be Princess Frost. But because I Ching is out, it is good. At least they have a way to combo with that Dharma. And that's a good start for them because they have this combo with the Dharma. It's going to be easy to set up plays. They have a lot of AoEs. So if ever they pick up Jing, I think the I Ching would be there to just drop the board so that she's left alone in that mirror domain.
And what's interesting is that Fearless, they took a Gun and Mo, a hero that keeps a very good distance, just throws the couple blades from behind, lots of burst damage by him, but you must be able to keep a safe distance. So looking over at their draft right now, right, like the Sun Tzu, great, it's really tanky, it can engage, but he's not always with the team because you want to use him with the set sail to try to flank from the side, try to surprise your opponent. Now, I'm looking at the possibility of them going for a tank jungle. Maybe the roam would be something more of a babysitter.
Yeah,
but the tank jungler might come in. So like the Algran, the Algran is bad out anyway. So maybe like a Dune might be an option for Fearless.
Oh yeah, Fearless Esports needs somebody to front for them, but the Zhang Fei is actually good. If you couple that with the Sun Tzu, they already have what it takes here to just tank up in front. So that's what exactly they needed. But on the other hand, what are they going to be picking here on the marksman side for Maelstrom? I think Long could be a good pick here just because they need a bit of that burst in order for them to get there. And also Lung is just a very safe pick, but they went with the D-Range and maybe Sakir, the classic combo that we see every time, but the Lian Po just to counter that Zhang Fei.
Yeah, it's like the other opposite tank in the roam department, right? But they're not decided on that yet. Okay, they're still hovering around. Lian, roam, I don't know about that. I think they could use a little bit more durability for the Diren J, so most likely they are going to go for the Lianpo. Yep, they will lock it in.
Okay.
So now for Fearless, they must be thinking to themselves that, okay, how do we reach the Yi Si? Because at this point, they don't really have a hero that can go for the backline. And their final play is going to be a jungler. So I would expect something of a lot of damage. Ano will be locked in, and that's going to be the guy to deal with the Yi Xing.
Oh, what? Okay, he's gonna be going tank, right? That's the reason why he went in for this. Because there's a lot of options. I was thinking of a lot of things here. A Menki could have been the thing for Sky, but going with a Hano here in the lower bracket finals is just a very confident move for me because they haven't picked this yet ever since the start of this tournament. So this is the first time that we're seeing this here.
Yeah, so what's interesting about a Hano is that it's able to like just draw skills towards him, right? He's able to draw skills and get out to safety, especially when he has the Fate Rewind together with him, and that's more like a bait for his opponents. And the moment they know that, okay, certain skills are being used, the counter could happen. But let's see if all that will happen in our game, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be game number 1 between MCE and Fearless.
Fearless and MCE, this is going to be their first game. This is going to be the first time they meet each other, and they're meeting each other in a very great fashion because right now, looking at it, both of these teams have already drafted a lot of things that we do expect, especially in the standard draft. So this is a good start for both of our teams.
Oh yeah, a little bit of a lane swap as well to point out here. Gun and Mo went down to the farm lane, allowing the rest of them, especially their regular farm laner, which is the Arlie, to farm on the other lanes. Maybe a double lane farm, right? Like on the Clash lane and also the mid lane, because they want to scale the Arlie as quickly as possible.
Ooh, that is interesting though. They put them on the mid lane so that they also don't have to deal with the DRNJ and the Yanpo on the bot side. And they're just going to be taking a lot of resources here in the early game. And I think that's a good touch because DRNJ is very strong in the early game and Arlie might have problems. And swapping the lanes is usually a good spot here. But look at what they're doing. They're just putting Arlie in front together with Sky.
Yeah, so at this point we can see also that Woodwind is playing this a little bit more passive. He's just staying at the river. So that's really interesting. That gives Fearless the information when MCE makes the rotation in. So he's just being there just as a scout, just as that lamppost. Because at the early stages, after the first 1 or 2 waves, normally you might see like teams making those rotations across the river. And just by him having his presence there, the rotation won't happen easily.
Oh yeah, and that's why it's really scary. Oh, taking liberties.
Yeah, a bit of a poking there between the two tanks. So nothing big. Looks like both sides pretty respectful with each other.
Yeah, they're just going to be chilling for now. But Sky, look at what he's doing. He's going for that jungle on the other side. While one is going for that push on the mid lane to get resources. Sky already has planted a bug on the side right here of MCE. And it could be a challenge because once he goes here, there's nobody that could help him.
Yeah, I do like what Sky is doing though. Very proactive, just being the jungle side. But we're going to see an activity here against Woodwind. Woodwind is still fine. Okay, now we see Sky in action. But he's already at level 4. Anyway, he has the Fate Rewind. But yeah, I guess his idea was he wanted to steal away the buff. It didn't happen, but it's okay.
Yeah, Sky not really needing a lot of resources though. That's the good thing about this pick from Sky. He doesn't really need a lot of resources. That's why they're almost always giving it to KK on the side right here of Fearless Esports because what they want is for KK to just get all those resources, get their items, get the Shadow Reaper, then she'll start to hurt. That's what they're doing here for the side of Fearless.
Yeah, and if Sky continues to do that, right? Like even though if he was not able to like get the blue buff to himself, like at least it gives that psychological damage towards his opponents. Like, oh, somebody's always lurking in our jungle. Like we need to keep our jungle in check, and that will allow his opponents to have a bit more space to farm. Just like what maybe they're doing right now because they're kind of going to check the bottom. Big rotation here by the side of MCE. But then again, it's the Zhang there. You don't want to start your fight on Zhang.
Oh yeah, the Zhang with a Unbridled Outburst is just enough for them to stop the fight, put a cap on it, and you're not going to be able to continue with that. And look at Sky. Even though the Tyrant is coming in 10 seconds, he's still in the same spot, just making sure that they're not going to be confident about their spots here, and they're going to be chilling. They're okay. Food Mantra.
Dude, he's clearing off the jungle side of MCE, and MCE is not doing the same. So naturally, it's net profit for Fearless at this point. But let's see who will get this first Tyrant here. Because both sides, they want to contest for it. But because MCE, they have the numbers. Fearless, they do not have Sky together with them. The Tyrant easily goes to the hands of MCE.
Oh yeah, MCE needs to find a kill here. Having that extra damage is going to be very valuable to them. But what one... Oh wait, they're going for it.
Oh, they are. The couple plates. I can imagine a decent amount of damage there, but not enough to get the kill. That's okay. Here comes the set sail by YKK to block the set sail from going further.
Okay, I mean, they're not going to be continuing, but look at that. Look at the level advantage of Sky. This is the reason why this happened is because one is staying in the mid lane. He's constantly stealing his jungle, and he's getting a lot of resources by himself, and he's not even contesting for the resource against KK. And it's good. That's one of the things that you could do here as Heino, because you don't really need a lot of things to keep yourself going. You just need enough for you to tank up the damage coming in from Maelstrom.
Yeah, and also let's always remember that he does have the Fate Rewind. So the Heino can be a very tricky one to deal with. The best way to deal with Heino that still has an active Fate Rewind is to try to burst him down as quickly as possible. Like land a CC onto him, burst him down before he's able to activate the Fate Rewind, and you're all good. But if you allow him to activate the Fate Rewind, there's a bit of a cast time there, then everything just goes to waste.
But the problem there is they don't have any tools here to burst. If they had an Angela on the side of Maelstrom, could be good. But because they don't have it, they're going to have a problem. The bot side.
But problem onto the bot side for Fearless. Looks like it's an easy takedown of the tower for them. On the top side, you can say that MCE, they have their own problems as well. Fearless, they have not been letting go of the top jungle. And this time, the buff stolen away by Sky.
Oh, they're going for it though. I think they're gonna go for this fight here.
Oh, they might though. But keep your eye at the bottom. Looks like a fight's happening here with the Tremor Smash activated onto Fearless.
Whoa.
And Fearless, they will lose one player. Make that two. Yin and Fable currently down, and looks like it's still a 50-50 between the both sides. Stone will be the first one to fall for the side of MCE. The chase is happening right now with Unbridled Albers active at this moment. YKK is tanky enough to stand by himself, to move to a safer position. But look at An. An is now very low. He has to get back behind his tower. The chase is still happening for Sky. All the way, Sky. 1v2. Can he actually do it? Sky, Fate Rewind. Bye-bye.
Oh man, he's still not done yet. Okay, I thought he's gonna get that kill, but that was a 2-for-2. What a great fight. Look at what Sky is doing right now. He's just so tanky. Wait, set sail?
Oh. Wait a second, here comes a set sail just like that. And the fight continues on. Comes in, would win from the side as well. Fearless, living up to their name.
What a great set sail there. Was able to get it, and I was surprised that YKK just got hit there. He was trying to tank it. But the problem is, Fable has enough damage in order for them to get the kill. And that was a nice touch. And now, I'm seeing the problem here. Right now, I do think Maelstrom doesn't have a lot of damage with this composition alone. They had a lot of control. They have a lot of crowd control. But the problem here is, how are they going to be dealing with Sky? Because the only way they could do that is that if the Imperial Order hits, and that's a question, if it hits. If it doesn't hit them, nobody's going to be able to kill him.
Yeah, like what you said, right? There's not enough burst damage. There's nothing like an Angela to take him down before the Fate Rewind kicks in. And we saw that earlier on. Like he was just rampaging in between two towers, not an issue for him. And speaking about towers, now the bottom tower might be taken out easily by Fearless, but still, MCE, they try to fight back, they manage to catch one. I'm the one in trouble, but from the side, it is Sky jumping in, just like that to land that kill. But the fight's not over yet though. We still have a couple more players, a couple more heroes at the bottom from MCE. Will they be able to fight back? Will they be able to defend their ground? Sky, they cannot aim down Sky. Look at this Sky. It's not afraid at all.
They cannot touch this guy. They cannot kill him. That's why he's not afraid of moving forward. And because of that, the tower in the bot lane has been taken down. 3 towers down, 3k gold lead here for the side of Fearless. But I think this was another Fearless member. Fable.
Oh, set sail straight on. It's going to be a 1v1 and Fable easily takes down the DRNJ Tungs. Didn't stand a chance.
Actually takes it in the face, and that's what you're not expecting. Sky, though.
Oh, again, Sky wrecking hammer all the way on the back line. Here comes the World is my board activated. Everyone is within it. But looking at the current situation, this is the one to get the trade-off back. But only 3 active players left on the side of MCE. And has to back off. He does not have his teammates together with him. And unfortunately, at the same time, the chase is still happening. Set sail on the back. Where are you going to run if I have the set sail into your face?
Walking the dog right there in their face. And and that's a 3 kill for 1. And Fearless Esports, as you said, they're living up to their name and they're not afraid to take risks against the members right here of Maelstrom. What a great play we've been seeing from them. They're moving around the map, and Sky is just controlling every member right here of Maelstrom.
Absolutely, right? Like, Sky is the main guy right now. But how are you going to put attention to Sky? And how are you going to play without putting attention to Sky? This is the biggest question now for MCE.
Yeah, he's just going to be in front. He's going to be dealing damage. He's just going to be healing. And that's the scariest part about him, because if you won't kill him, it's just going to be annoying your backline, like right now.
Yeah, look at this, okay? 4 onto 1 Sky, and Sky can easily just fade rewind, and it's not going to be a problem. But he's still there though, because he knows that the teammates are there too. Here comes Woodwind from the side, helping his teammates to secure another kill, blocking his opponent. Look at this! He's just standing right in front of the tower, not allowing them to go back.
Oh man, what a great start up. And Sky is just in front. They're going to be taking the T3 right down in the bot lane. And they might be looking for an end here.
They want to wrap things up for sure. It's just a matter of time right now. Tremor Smash will be here. Smash gets 2 within it now. Without Tremor Smash, it's go time for Fearless Esports. And this is an ace, ladies and gentlemen. Fearless will take game number 1.
And that is game number 1 taken by Fearless Esports. What an awesome performance. What a dominating performance here from the side of Fearless Esports. I'm kind of thinking here, Sir Cloud, I think our audience knows that Fearless Esports will be taking the board here. So right now, to get that advantage, they give the audience prediction. Actually, they were able to fulfill it. That is really good. And this was such a nice thing to see for Fearless.
Hey, I'm scared of the caster's curse, right? I'm scared of the caster's curse, so
Yeah.
I don't know about this. You know, we don't want our audiences to be disappointed, so it's only game 1, people. It's only game 1. But looking over at some of these stats here, okay, this is a showing of how dominant they are, right? So for MCE, they managed to only get like 3 kills in this round. As for Fearless, everyone got their own kills except for Zhangfei, but that's absolutely fine. It's a Zhangfei anyway. His job is meant to tank, and he did it really well.
Yeah, and that was a great performance too from them, though. I mean, I was surprised about how they were setting up the face most of the time, and I like that Sky was doing a lot of work. And remember, during the start of this game, KK was getting a lot of resources from the side right here of Fearless, because they're giving it to him, and Sky was just trying to annoy one as much as he can, and he was getting everything. And that is always a good thing. And now I'm not going to be doubtful of the Hano pick anymore, because right now Sky just showed me how it's done.
Well, I am slightly doubtful, or maybe not really, right? But I believe that Sky deserves the MVP based on his gameplay alone. And, well, but my system is given towards the RD. That's absolutely fine. I felt that the entire team did their job really, really well.
Yeah.
Looking over at the graph, now you want to look at some of these team stats here, especially when it comes to the resources. They are not too far away. There's only 1 Tyrant each. No Overlords this round. You don't always get this kind of round.
Yeah, that's true. They don't really need a lot of the Overlords. They don't even really need a lot of that pushing power, because the game really finished pretty fast here, Sir Cloud. But with what we've seen there from the performance of Fearless Esports, I love that they really know how to take apart the map. Now I'm kind of thinking, do they have a chance against Post Gaming if ever they win this? But let's see, because right now I'm seeing some good improvements from Fearless.
And you know what's scary? Because it's not a global ban pick. So now for the teams, for Maelstrom, they must be thinking to themselves that, is it worth to give the ban to Hano?
Yeah.
Or not? Because in normal circumstances, you don't normally see the Hano being a prior ban.
Yeah.
So now they will have this dilemma of like, do we want to ban the Hano? Honestly, if you ask me, I don't think it's worth it, because there are ways to work around it, like what you mentioned earlier on. If they have a burst damage, cool, right? They can deal with the Hano. But if they don't, then it's going to be a problem. So they might want to reconsider on how they draft for themselves instead.
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, they don't really need to think about the Hano that much. I think during that game specifically, that was really tailored to the composition that they built. Because remember, they have a lot of tanks. They don't really have a lot of damage going on forward. D-Ray J is going to just have damage until the mid game. So they don't really have the answers to that Hano, which is why they picked it. But I can see the vision here of Fearless Esports. If they can do that again for the next game, as long as they give Sky that last pick, might be able to go for a counter again.
Oh man, that's going to be real scary, right? Like now, based on what you said, should they target ban Sky then? Like just take out all the junglers, take out all the whatever jungle possibility they can think of, like maybe like the Luna, maybe like the Jing, maybe even like the Hano again. But then again, if you do that, other areas will be exposed because they also have to think about like the Arlie is a popular pick here. It's a top pick. It has a very good win rate as well. Do they want to use a ban for the Arlie? That's another thing to think of.
That's a good question though, because with what we've seen there, it was really scary if ever they tried to pick it out. I mean, Sky was banned a while ago. The Ogryn was taken out of the picture. So that could be what they're doing here, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. In a standard draft, you might as well just take out all the meta ones rather than taking out the player because it's hard. It's just hard to see it again because there's a lot of things that they can still go for. And remember, it's Fearless we're talking about. These guys have a big hero pool.
Man, this is when Maelstrom Catalyst must be wishing for like, can we get like 10 bans because there won't be enough? Oh man, but they have to adapt somehow, right? They have to adapt. It is what it is at the end of the day. Perhaps something for them to consider on like, did we have enough burst damage? If something like that would have happened again, do we want to switch out our mid laner from a more CC control type of mid laner to more of a bursty damage mid laner like Angela, like what you said, right? Just to try to put aside the thought that if they were to go for another Hano, at least we have something in the back to deal with it.
That is true. Honestly, I think the Angela could have been a good last pick, but because they were on the blue side, they didn't really have any choice there. So they had to take it to the face that Hano is going to get picked, so might as well. But again, it was still a nice try coming in from Maelstrom. It's just that Fearless Esports just really know how to draft around them. So they have to be scared about the next drafting that we're going to have, though.
Yeah, so since we are preparing ourselves to come into our next draft here, okay, we're already in it.
We're back.
So, personally, I think that we're going to see the same bands, okay? We're gonna start off with the Mayim. Sure. We're probably going to see the Luna, the Pei band as well. But one adjustment to consider is maybe the Arlie. So it's up to MC really if they want to just ban out the Arlie because the first pick is going to be Fearless.
Honestly, Fearless is just going to be picking that if ever they don't ban it. I mean, it worked out a while ago, and if they can do the same thing, just give Sky a tank, and they can work it out. I think they can do the same thing this game. So Maelstrom needs to draft a bit more damage, less on the tankiness, because Fearless Esports knows how to answer that.
Right. Okay, so the Byron's out as well. You did mention about the Byron during our pre-show that it's one of the top pick heroes here, so understandably, you don't want to deal with it. Now, final one. In the first game, Pei was banned out. Now, if they choose to ban out the Arlie, then they have to deal with the Pei, perhaps. Now, the Luna is going to be given the prior ban instead. Arlie is open, Fearless can go with it again.
Honestly, they can go with the same thing again. That's true. With what you said, they can go with it again, but Fearless Esports want to take the Dharma for themselves. Okay, we're going to be showing you how to play this Dharma, and that's why they pick it first. I mean, a while ago, Maelstrom picked this first, so it's a good thing that we're seeing like an exchange from both of our teams.
Okay, that's an early Yixing pick, I would say. So they kind of lock the mid laner, so now they do not have the option to switch the mid lane to a bursty mid laner.
Yeah.
Something for them to think of later on. But the fact that I mentioned that it's an early pick because you allow the Arlie to be picked up by Fearless. And look at this, power pick. Arlie and perhaps the Jing. Yep, it's locked in, the Jing. These three early picks for Fearless, they are power picks here.
That's true, especially the Jing, because it's Sky's favorite. Sky with the Jing, with the Luna, it's his favorite. So if ever it comes out, it's going to be pretty scary here, Sir Cloud. With what we've seen here from the picks so far, I think they're just keeping it with their the heroes that they're very confident with. I like that Fearless Esports is going in that direction, but Maelstrom at least finds some answer here with the Unbridled Outburst from the Zheng Fei, together with the World is My board. So that could be a way to counter Jing, that Sky with Jing.
Yeah, one thing I like about the Zhang Fei and also the Yixing combo is that when you deploy the World is My board, obviously they'll be captured within the board itself. And when you use the Unbridled Outburst, it naturally pushes away the opponents. But
Yeah.
at least if they are within that board, there is a limit to how far that they can push. So that will allow the follow-up from the other members of MCE to come in easier. So I do see the combo there for MCE.
Yeah, you can definitely see the idea here from the side of MCE with what they're doing right here. I think it's okay. But from what we're seeing here for the Lu Bang getting picked, this is interesting because with the Lu Bang, you're looking for a combo here. But because you're putting him in the clash lane, you're just giving Dharma an easier way to get his levels up there. So that's kind of a scary pick.
But they can consider a swap lane too. If they go for the Lady Sun, then they can swap lane. At least it's like a range versus a melee. So naturally, the range would have an upper hand against the melee. And on top of that, the Zhang Fei will protect the Lady Sun as well. So that will allow them to gain the advantage. But on the flip side, of course, is that on the other lane, you will have the Arlie versus maybe we don't know yet who's going to be the clash laner, but whoever is going to be on the clash laner is going to have a hard time against Arlie. So that's kind of like the trade-off here. But at least from what we've seen in game number 1, the swap lane is not a foreign strategy for both of these teams.
Oh yeah, that is really true. And from what we're seeing here, they're looking to get that Yuhuan on that roamer side. So this could be good. I like this Guan Yu pick, especially if it's against the Dharma. At least they have a way to displace the Dharma, even the mirror domain from Sky. So that's a good touch for them. But what I'm kind of afraid of here, Sir Cloud, is they picked up the Lady Jin on the Fearless side. And when they have that, every time Guan Yu gets close, his bar is going to get depleted every time.
Yeah, you always have to also face check the Guan Yu, right? Because at any time, he can come from behind, he can flank, he can displace your team. So that's something for them to consider as well. Like, okay, you need to know where exactly he is. Like, is he at the clash lane? Did he move into the jungle? And what is he going to do from there? Is he going to just farm in the jungle, go back to the clash lane? Or potentially, could he join in team fights and just flank coming from behind, do sexy stuff like that? So it's something for them to just keep an eye on as the game progresses, because right now we're heading on to game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fearless Esports versus Maelstrom Catalyst.
Oh yes, this is gonna be an interesting game. What I love the most about this is how they're gonna be playing this right now. They're starting off with a good swap again for the side of Fearless.
Yeah, so it looks like they are playing the swap between the mid and also the farm lane. Not much on the clash lane, so that's fine. You want to keep the 50-50 there. But on the middle, the swap happens because you want to scale the Arlie as quickly as possible. It's even more important to scale the Arlie as compared to Yixing. But when the Yixing is able to hit level 4, then you know that they'll be ready for the engagement then.
That is true. And now when they start here, I think this is one of the starts that I'm kind of expecting for the team. They just want to make sure that they are going to get all the resources that they need here for KK. But now it's going to be a different story. Sky also wants the resources compared to the past game. So this is going to be much harder to deal with.
Yeah, I don't see Sky doing the jungle invasion like how he did before with Hano, because you also have one who's on the pay who will want to do the same as well. So it might be more of more respectful round as compared to round number 1.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be way harder. If he does this right now, he's gonna get punished for sure. And that's why I'm kind of afraid if ever he does it. So right now, it's gonna be the start of the game with how things are going is that everybody's just going to be chilling. Everybody's just going to be looking for kills. Oh, KK.
Oh, they might get one. First blood here. Woo. Spring Wake, lucky enough for him, he does have the flash. So he's safe for now. He has to expand the flash. And now without the flash, they know that if they have a second opportunity, they will definitely get Spring Wake.
Yeah, they have to be careful in the next one though, because right now, with the advantage that they got from here, it is going to be a really scary as we move forward into the game. Oh, board.
Ooh, well, it's my board did not manage to catch anyone within it.
Ooh.
They managed to step away just in time. And this is the thing about World is my board, right? Like there's a cast time to it. So you have to time it really, really carefully.
Yeah, maybe after like a taking liberties, maybe after like another crowd control, then drop the board so that you can make sure that everybody who got caught in that crowd control gets caught in the board too. So right now, that could be something that they have to deal with here. But for now, it's looking good for Fable here in the top side.
Yeah, I would say that the 50-50 is favoring Fable. The fact that he's able to invade the jungle, even though he's not there to like steal away the jungle minions, but as long as he's able to step in, step out, gather information, you know that he's very confident with his lane.
Yeah, he's very confident and he really knows how to deal with it. That's what I like about what he's doing right now because he knows how to find a way. But now, with the first fight, I think one is looking for a kill here.
One backed off. I thought that one would want to go in, but maybe he senses the presence of Sky there, so it became a 2v2. He doesn't want to take that risk. Wants to play a little bit more safer, allow themselves to scale to a certain point before making those engagements. And plus, we have about 30 more seconds before the first Tyrant, so you want to keep the skills for yourselves.
Oh yeah, that's why they're trying to set this up as much as they want for now. They're trying to make sure that everybody's in a confident spot before they go for that Tyrant. 15 seconds on the clock. For today, we're already waiting for that. But looking at where Sky is, I think he's not really preferring to go there because it's 8 seconds and they're already positioned in the side of Maelstrom.
Yeah, both sides might go for it anytime soon. Now it's more of like lane management, especially on the farm lane side. Okay, they're heading there right now. It's going to be a 50-50. By the bottom, Tooms receives a decent amount of damage. He has to back off. Now the Tyrant is open.
Yeah, they can start, but Fable in a good position if ever you start this though. But remember, Sky is very far away, so kind of scared still for one. I think they're not gonna go for it yet. What?
Interesting. Okay, we remember like game one. Like Sky, okay, anyway, Sky is here, alright? He teleported himself and he managed to secure the first objective. It's gonna be the Tyrant that falls to the hands of Fearless. And Fearless getting that main objective, enough for them. They don't need to pursue further.
Yeah, drops an ending sorrow there too. What a very confident play from their side. And what I like about that is how confident they took it. They're not even afraid of their take. Look at this. Maelstrom is just looking around the map, kind of afraid of taking space. Because KK, level 8 is going.
At the bottom, we're going to see the first split. Given towards the side of Fearless, and they're looking for the second kill. Looks like a double whammy at the bottom. Oh man, but a bit of a trade-off here. In the middle at least, MCE, they traded back with 2 kills, so it's a 2 for 2.
They still got a 2 for 2, and what's great about that is we were talking about the board, and the board hit. That's the reason why Sky and Yin got killed here by one in Spring Wake, and that's what they needed. They needed to get the board in. They need to get the crowd control so that whoever is together with Spring Wake could get the kill.
And that's the beauty about World is my boy, right? Like once you're in it, like it's hard for you to escape. And plus there's a mini knock-up as well, so that will also help your teammates to kind of follow up. But the only condition is that your teammates must be able to follow up. If they tell you that, my skills are on cooldown, no, I'm not ready, I'm not in the right position, then everything just falters. So to deploy the World is my board, to have a good engagement, you must have good team communication.
Yeah, they might be able to follow through, especially on what they want here for the team. Right now, An is just trying to go for the top side and maybe looking for a kill here. Woodwind.
Woodwind's in trouble. Not sure if he can escape this one though.
Okay.
From the side, here comes one as well. But somehow Woodwind managed to step away, but not far enough for him to be in a safe position. We can see the rotation happening here by Fearless too, but I guess they're not in the right spot, right timing for them to re-engage.
Yeah, nice timing in that Unbridled Outburst right at the end of the Unending Sorrow, which is good. And now Fearless Esports is just gonna be struggling with this. They haven't been really aggressive, but what I like about their position is that they have advantage and they're giving all the resources to KK.
And now for MCE, they're gathering in the middle. Okay, they're looking for the next target perhaps, or looking to defend their jungle at least because of what happened in round number 1. They might expect that the jungle invasion might happen, especially at this timing. 7 minutes into the game, the red buff might be taken away by Fearless. MCE, I think gonna go for it. World is my ball, will not capture anyone, but here comes the heroic charge from the side to shoot them away.
Wow.
And at least the red buff still falls to the hands of MCE.
Yep, they still got the red buff. Everybody's right here in the mid lane, and they're looking for it.
From the back. Man, Sky. That was really scary. Here comes the Mirror Domain, putting a lot of damage onto the members of MCE. At the same time, they managed to get Tung in the process.
Yeah, what a great kill onto Tung's. Right up there, and Fable was the one who was able to take it, just flash in formlessness, and that's why he was able to get it. I think Tung didn't really know that he is the target right here of Fable. That's why he wasn't expecting it.
an army.
Yeah, there has to be this mindset of like protect the president, right? And currently the
Yeah.
president is Tung. So for the other members of MCE, they must be aware of Tung's position and the potential flank onto him, just like how we saw earlier on. Sky found an opening, flank came in, and the main target is Tung. As long as they're able to deal with Tung, they are able to take down the biggest damage dealer from MCE. That's job done for Fearless.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need. They just need to take down the right target. They just need to go for those targets that they want to go for. And Fearless Esports is just okay with taking those targets down. Oh,
At the top, it looks like a mantra being deployed just to try to keep An at bay, but I don't think An will really want to make that chase because right now the objective is to try to secure this Overlord, and the Overlord locked in by Fearless. Second objective done.
yeah, still at the 8-minute mark, and they really just went for the Overlord. Tyrant is available, but maybe they're baiting out the members right here of Maelstrom.
Oh, looks like they want to go for a double here. Okay.
What?
Fearless, if they can secure the double, it will be huge for them. Anyway, for MCE, they're waiting by the side, waiting for the right moment. The Tyrant right now, 50% of health. Tyrant will reset again. And like what you said, it's a bait. And now with the fact that they managed to bait out the Unbridled Outburst, this is huge for Fearless.
That's big. Sky taking down the tower on the top side. Well, this is all happening. KK.
Oh, they're just buying time right now for the top side to push in. And for MCE, I hope they're aware though. Okay, they're sending An to the top just to try to clear off the wave while a lot more action is happening in the middle. Here comes World is my boy, managed to get 3 of them, but here comes the jumping by Fearless! All the way underneath the tower, it's not going to be an issue. Fable will secure that kill, trading his slide back, but he got 3 in that fight so far. Here comes An. An wants to get another kill at least, but Lan is not able to secure it at all.
3-4-1 for their side. Fable onto the back line, the hero that they needed here from Maelstrom. And he was able to take down a lot of people while that's happening. And this is good. What you want to see from the side of Fearless Esports is those setups coming from Fable, even just sacrificing his life for the cause there.
And they'll be just in time for the next Overlord and Tyrant. Oh man. And they're set up for it, okay? They're ready at the Tyrant. They want to get it. Tyrant 50% health. I don't see MCE challenging for this. They're not in the right position at all.
What?
So this will be another Tyrant that falls to the hands of Fearless.
Yeah, this is going to be theirs for free. And no challenge from Maelstrom just because they just came out of the grave. And right now, Fearless Esports might want to challenge this position from the side of Maelstrom because they don't want them to take that Overlord, which is why Fable is at least on the top side, cutting off some rotations.
They have to take care of their bottom tower as well. These minions should be enough though. Okay, sending 2, sending 3 down to protect the tower, that's fine.
What, really?
But that will allow Fearless access to the Overlord. And like what you said earlier on, it's for free. It's a freebie.
man.
It's up for grabs. Come on, Overlord. I don't see MC going for it.
Yeah, they still have Primal Bond and they don't care. If they are not going to take it, Maelstrom, this is just going to be theirs for free and they are going to be happy with it. Right now, it's just like every objective is going to go to the hands right here of Fearless Esports. Last game, it was not the case. Maelstrom was still fighting back, but right now, they're going to go.
Oh, they might. They're just waiting for the minion wave to arrive. But look at the top. The chase might happen.
Okay.
Here comes World is my board. Managed to get 2 of them for Fearless inside of it. But Fearless, they fight back though from the outside. The World is my board. They try to defend their ground. And it looks like the chase is going in. They managed to take down the main tag here for the side of Fearless. Can they actually go for more right now? 2-for-2 trade at the top.
Great board coming from Springwake. That's the reason why they were able to get the 2 kills on Woodwind and Yin, but they answered in kind. Fable again, going back, mirror domain from Sky, and that combo just netted them the 2 kills of the 2 people in front on the side of Maelstrom.
And we kind of think about it, they just need to buy time. Look at the bottom. The minions are doing their own work. Like the second tower is currently down, T2 is currently down. And now, Fearless, they will have even more access into the jungle side of MCE.
Yeah, one thing that's scary about this though is the longer the game goes, it's like there's a bigger chance that Maelstrom just turning this game around just because of the fact that tongues exist. Remember the range after having that rolling raid, the range is going to be very massive, and it's scary to think about how he's going to be dealing that damage in the late game because Fearless Esports technically has no tank. And Tung is happy to have that. He's going to be hitting really hard in that late game.
True, that's a good point, right? No tank, so you're very vulnerable to high-hitting damage heroes like the Lady Sun. So
Yeah.
Tung, all they need to do right now is to allow him to try to scale as much as possible and try to make that comeback towards the end. Now, even though they've been pushed back into their own base, it's still not the end of the world for MCE.
Yeah, they really should just buy time here. Just slow down the game. Just let them, as long as they're defending this T3s that they have, they're going to be okay. As long as they're here, they're going to be waiting for the objectives to come out. It's okay. You just give it. As long as Tung gets that third, fourth item, then start looking for those fights.
Okay, so it's all about buying time right now. That means Fearless Esports, they have to up the tempo. They have to try to break down one of the towers. The bottom now being stretched in. At the top as well. They might get the top one soon. World is my board deployed. They managed to catch one within it. But they cannot follow up. Everyone's busy just clearing out the waves.
Oh man, KK is also scary in this game. He already has his Sun Chaser, and looking at that damage, he almost got the kill on Spring Wake. And no retaliations there from the side of MCE. It's just too fast. And this is looking pretty scary. If they get the Tyrant again, they can force their hand here on the side of Maelstrom.
Although YKK is in a awkward position, offside. Nope, not yet. With the Leaping Savior, he will save himself. What's a close one? If he gets taken down, then it's a clear freebie for Fearless.
It's very tanky though. It's really scary that this guy is just so tanky. He has the Unbridled Outburst, but look at what Woodwind is doing. He's sealing the path so that nobody could try and contest them on that Tyrant.
Oh, I love the zoning. I love the zoning by Woodwind. The fact that they don't have a dedicated tank to do that, like Woodwind says that, hey, you know what? I'm the roam. I'm dispensable. Let me do that. Whatever happens to me, you guys continue to secure the tyrant.
That's true. I think he's building a lot of tanky items here also. He already has the Frost Cars, if I remember correctly. And he has an Unending Sorrow, so he's safe.
Well, let's see who will be safe here in this push here by Fearless. Looks like the catch is happening, especially with the heroic charge all the way from the back. World is my ball, managed to get through. MCE could fire back onto Fearless. Fearless now in trouble. Fearless, can they at least get a decent amount of trade? Looks like they're doing so far so good with YKK, the only player left. Here is a quadra kill for Sky. Oh man, Sky, this guy, he knows his timing when to come in.
Okay, they're not yet done. It's a 4-for-3, and they're still trying to finish the game.
Oh, can they? Can they actually do that with YKK between them? YKK managed to stop one. Here's the Mirror Domain. Mirror Domain should be enough for Fearless to wrap things up, bringing them to match point.
That's so fun to see. The Mirror Domain to just hit it once, the Crystal once, then back off, then try again next time. That is such a smart play coming in right there from that Jing. It is a good showing against Sky being allowed to play that Jing. And Fearless Esports, as you said, they needed to force their hand here in the side of Maelstrom and try to find a way to force that. And it came down to them taking the Tyrant, try to fight the top side. Yes, they lost KK in that fight, but Sky was there to just finish and clean up the members of Maelstrom.
And well-deserving MVP for Sky, right? Well-deserving this time. And if you kind of think about it as well, for MCE, I don't think they did anything wrong. I think they did everything okay. Like even like the World is my board was on point, especially towards the end. You saw it catching like 2-3 heroes within it, so that's cool. The follow-up did happen in time as well. But because of you need more time for the Lady Sun. The Lady Sun is unprepared yet. It's almost done, almost done. You can see like at least 3 items completed. If he's able to complete like a 4th, and of course, ideally everything completed, then you might see the U-turn. But by that time, unfortunately, it's a tad too late.
That's the reason why. I think I saw the items there. Tung went for the Axe of Torment. That is mostly the trap that Lady Soons go for, is because of having that Axe of Torment. Yes, you're gonna have early game damage, but you're delaying the Eternity Blade to the Shadow Reaper, which is not supposed to be ideal because they're way better at making you stronger in the late game, and that's why it wasn't able to happen. They had the 4th item, but looking at it, he didn't have enough damage to really close it out. But it also came down to how good Fearless Esports is at playing the game. Fable, if I'm gonna be given a chance to put my MVP, it's gonna be Fable. Fable did a lot of work this game.
Oh yeah, definitely. Fable did a lot of work as well. Gotta give it to the entire team, right? Okay, Sky, he probably did a lot of work like towards the end, like just to end things up, like just wrapping things up the moment he reached his power spike. So that's one thing as well, a showing that he did in this round that also gave him the MVP too in that match. So ladies and gentlemen, we are at match point right now between these two teams. So what do you think Maelstrom needs to do to crawl back their games?
Honestly, they had the idea here. I think this game 2, just tells me that they can. They can turn this back. They can come back from this. It is not the end of the world yet. And they can still get the other 3 games after this. But they really need to think about their win conditions, because their win condition that game was thumb, and slowing the game down was what they needed.
So maybe they shouldn't draft themselves around like slowing down the game. Maybe they need to be the one to like put up the pace, right? Make that jungle engagement and so on and so forth. But looks like, ladies and gentlemen, before we head on to our match point, we'll be taking a short break. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this.
Bai Qi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Qi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Qi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Qi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Welcome back, everybody, to the WKS. We have witnessed Game 1 and Game 2 between Fearless Esports versus right here on the other team will be the members of Maelstrom Catalyst. And again, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Sir Cloud.
Yes, and we've seen 2 rounds so far. The first 2 rounds won by Fearless. And what I would summarize is that they are very adaptable to situations, right? They see an opportunity, they take it. The first round, they know that there's no counter to the Hano. They pick the Hano as their last pick, and there was no answer to the Hano like how we saw earlier on. And in round number 2, they noticed that, okay, Maelstrom Catalyst, they're going to go for the long run. They want to scale up the Lady Suit. And what did they do? They tune out the pace. They did not allow the Lady Suit to farm at all. And that was the case. They won it without even Lady Suit reaching a power spike.
Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what they needed here. They need to fasten up the game, find a way to get to the back line. And also, if I remember correctly, if we have like a replay of what happened there, or you guys just go for a replay, check out what happened in the last fight. But what happened in that last fight was the latest one rolling right in front. And that's the timing where Fable and the Jing was just able to jump on him, and that's why he just got killed. But it was still a nice try here for the side of Maelstrom Catalyst. It's still not the end of the world. As we said, it's a game of 5, but it's a standard draft, so it's a different story if this was like a global ban and pick.
Yeah, and speaking about the Jing, right? That just shows that why the Jing was banned in game 1, if you kind of think about it. It was released in game number 2, obviously, and it was played to perfection by Sky. So now this is going to be the biggest headache, right? Since this is not a global ban pick format, it's a standard pick format. Coming into game number 3, you would have a whole list of heroes that you wish didn't exist in the game.
That is really true. Honestly, if most of our teams practice with that format in mind, it's going to be way scarier this time around because they have to deal with the fact that, oh, we need to ban this again, even if they picked it the last game. So it is still going to be a challenge for them. But I mean, it's okay. At least it's a practice for all the teams. It's just them just making sure that these picks that they do have, the picks that they do know, are maximized. It's on that maximum potential.
Yeah, but the stakes are high though. We can't think about Dash. I mean, it's only one step towards the slot to the regular season. It is huge.
Yeah.
A lot is on the line right now. And Maelstrom Catalyst, they're down by 2 games in this best of 5 series. They have to find a way to claw back here. So if you were Maelstrom Catalyst, right, like, what do you think they need to do?
Oh yeah, honestly, for Maelstrom, I think they just should stick to their guts. But the problem is, Fearless Esports have been good at banning what they're good at. And that's a problem in itself because you have to tackle the Mai Yin and the Byron getting banned every time. And I do think Ann is such a good player. The Guan Yu a while ago was so good, but he's not on this maximum potential because Fearless has been respecting him this whole game.
Yeah, they gave him the face check as well. So they always know
Yeah.
where his position is at. So he, as good as he is, he wasn't able to find like a flank position. He always came from the front. And that is, of course, because Fearless Esports, they know exactly where he is at any point of time in the game. Now, coming into this next set of bans here, we're not going to see the Dharma this time. We've been seeing the Dharma twice in a row. We're no longer going to see the Arlie as well this round.
That's good.
So the Dolia is also one of those nice combos that can go with a lot of heroes. I wonder if we'll see that comboed with the Loam.
Honestly, that is a good point because they could go for it. If they're picking up the Lung, I think MCE could pick the Dolia up, then pick an Elaine, so that Fearless Esports won't have a choice but to find a way to deal with that Elaine with their next few picks. But Fable has been very confident with this Sun Ce pick, which is actually good. If you're very confident with the Sun Ce, which not a lot of people are, and with the pay, that actually works pretty well here.
Oh man, the pay again that they have to deal with, a very fast-paced type of hero, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be rather interesting here. Now, one counter towards the Loam is the Ho Yi. Now, the Ho Yi goes for a semi-tank build. He's able to absorb the Flaming Palms. And the fact that Fearless, they have not picked their marksman yet, they could potentially go for that. But of course, for MCE, they are not. If they want to go for the Dolia, the answer is no for now. But because they have not picked their Roamer yet in the second phase pick, they could go for that too.
Interestingly, they're prioritizing the Kongmin in the mid lane here for Yin. But if it's against a Garenmo, I think Maestro Nui also has problems dealing with Garenmo because of the range. But with the Kongmin, maybe that traverses that problem pretty well. But this is an interesting pick. What I like about the Shoyu, if ever he picks this, yeah, they go for it. Late game, he's gonna be a monster. But what's good about that is that there's somebody in the early game that could help them, which is the pay. Positions here, early, mid game, and late game, everything's covered. So I think this is good.
Yeah, I do agree as well, right? Like based on Fearless and their draft currently, you have the Pei, who is more of like a mid-game sort of hero, and then you have the Shoye, who is a late-game hero, and obviously you have a Sun Ce that can engage as well. Now, an early-game hero, it depends on what sort of mid-laners will they pick later on. Are they going to go for something bursty? want to prioritize. They want to prioritize a little bit more control to so something like.
Yeah, I think if Fearless would... I do think... And I think Shoyu is a good answer. Anua could also be a possibility here for them, but Fearless Esports have just been preferring the Lady Jin most of the time, and if it's against a Ogren, I think it works pretty well.
And speaking about protection, the Dia will be deployed. Okay, that's cool. Now coming for MCE, they're going to pick a Clash lane and they're going to pick a Roam. So to me, it would make sense to pick a Dolia Lane combo. And you have the Dolia who's not only able to combo with the lane, but can also combo with the Long as well. So there's a good amount of options there. So I would say that could be a good one, but they are not hovering around the Dolia. They're still looking at the Liang though. I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, I think the only reason why they're looking for this Liang here is to not let Sky play. If you let Sky play, you're gonna have a headache. And making sure that he's not allowed to play a lot is a good thing. And I also remember that Woodwind is just such a good Liang player.
Yes, he is. So yeah, so the fact that they probably thought of that and they're like, okay, let's take the Liang for themselves. But anyway, they have the Dia. Nuwa will be the final pick here for Fearless. Nuwa will provide that control, will provide that separation between whoever who's going to engage and also the Shoyu. You always want to keep your Shoyu safe to deal free damage from behind.
Yeah, one thing that I discovered though, in the King's Major East, the Nuwa doesn't work really well, especially against those junglers that are the teams that are very good at making sure their Ogrens will get to level 8 really fast. And if they would be able to do it on the side of Maelstrom, this game's possible.
Oh, that's going to be really interesting, right? Because the Ogren can scale to a level that he will be very, very tanky and very hard to deal with as well. And sometimes might be difficult for the Shoyu because of the passive passing. Passive passing can just cut through walls, go all the way behind and just wreak havoc at the backline. So that's something for them to consider because this is going to be match point, ladies and gentlemen. Fearless Esports is up by 2 games, while MCE, they must win this round.
This might be the last, but again, 1KK, half HP already.
Oh, that's a lot of damage at the very beginning onto YKK. 50% of health. Like he cannot move further forward, but anyway, he is a roam, so it's more of him absorbing it for the Ganon mode.
Yeah, he's just absorbing a lot of pressure, but Sky on the top side, though, he has other plans.
Ooh, they're looking at him. An might be in trouble here, but An, lucky enough for him, he is tanky enough. He managed to dash away just in time.
Very smart, holding onto that flash in that Storm Strike. If he used that Storm Strike, he could have been dead. But good thing he held on that and waited for the right timing to use that flash. And that's why Sky isn't going to get that early advantage with the first blood.
There's something that I've been thinking of is that it would have been kind of nice to have the Liang and also Princess Frost kind of combo. That's a combo that we have seen. And with that sort of combo, it allows them to just wreak havoc at the early phase, at the pickoff phase. And that will allow the other heroes to scale even further, allowing that space for them to farm.
Yeah, that's a scarier combo, right? Because the only problem here is they only thought about that after the Pei has gotten picked. That could have been a good, easy pick here. But because they didn't, they're not going to be able to make things work as easy as they hoped for. But top side,
a bit of chase here onto Fable. But Fable, he is tanky enough, so he will be able to hold his ground. Right at the bottom, Spring Wave made a rotation there, but a couple of blades did not connect. So no problem for Fearless.
Yeah, still a very good, very healthy spot here for the side of Fearless. And looking at the map, it's still them getting that 400 gold advantage. Not really that big, but you can definitely see that Sky has been getting a lot more resources here. And look at how confident he is. He's probably going to be taking this jungle. Emergence.
Oh, yes, he is. He's going for that. But at the bottom, let's look at Dongs. Oh, Dongs. Lucky enough for him, he does hit the level 4 just in time with the Infinite Vastness. He will survive this one.
Boom! Okay, the annihilate. I was waiting for that annihilation though. It didn't hit him. Sadly.
It could have been a nice highlight though if that did, but you know, if you don't have the vision, sometimes it's a little bit difficult. You are a little bit dependent on luck there.
Yeah, I thought he's gonna hit it though. It was so close and Tung was able to just dodge away a bit. And now, this time around, good thrive for the side of Fearless Esports on the bot side. YKK, he has Flash though, so they have to be careful here in the side of Fearless because he can start getting kills. Oh, that hurts.
Oh, I feel that damage. I feel that damage.
That
I feel
hurts.
the pain of it.
Oh man, that hurts so much, and Thung needed to back off just because of that damage from that. And now this time, they have to be careful about YKK. Remember, 40 seconds we have the Tyrant coming in, and the members right here of Maelstrom are gonna be at the ready. But right now, Sky is just clearing the waves just so he can have a bit of a level advantage against the other side.
Dong's not going to have a good time at the bottom. At this moment, he does not have the infinite vastness, so he'll be forced to play a little bit safer under his tower. Here comes the rotation from the middle, Spring Wig, but they're aware of it anyway.
That's true. And that hurts. That hurts so much. Tung hasn't been having fun, and he needed to recall because we're going to be coming on to that objective. And having half HP is not a good start whenever you go for an objective.
And that's like, what, the second recall in 1 minute? That is huge. You will lose a lot
That's
there.
rough.
Yeah,
That's so
it's rough. But let's see if Han can push them back. Okay, anyway, for Fearless, they're still playing this rather safe. Maybe now is the right time for them to get into action.
Yeah, I think they're going to be starting. Oh, Fable might be in trouble.
Here comes Annihilation from the side. Look at the damage from the Annihilation to kick things off. And they will take down YKK without the control. It will be difficult for them to continue their engagement.
Right now, it's a 1-for-1. YKK being down is also a good thing, just so they would be able to start this from the side of MCE. They can go for that start on that Tyrant.
Okay, now I'm just thinking about like crowd control, right, for MCE. Like, who else is going to provide that crowd control? Maybe the Algrim, but even that is not like an instant crowd control. They really must keep YKK alive.
That's true, and even the Storm Strike is not really that dependable, and they're already starting with this Tyrant, and just because of that kill onto Sky, they were able to take the spot here, and this is good. Honestly, it's so smart that they are starting to find those chinks in their armor, the weaknesses right here of Fearless. They're being overconfident, and they should punish that.
Yeah, they're keeping the pace. Gotta give it to them there.
Oh, what?
But again, ouchies.
One
Could
more,
this be
okay.
another recall just like that?
Oh! Got hit by the Annihilation though. he's now like a sliver of health after that Annihilation. That's so scary though.
Yeah, you got the Annihilation, and obviously you have to show you just poking damage from afar. That's probably the combo that they're thinking of. It's like, at some point, it will hit.
Oh man, it's so scary that they are not getting any kills here. I mean, MCE looking confident. I think YKK could now start with that flash, and they're setting it up. Right now, I think he needs to go around the map, go together with one, so that they could really find those kills. They need to, because YKK would have a problem in the late game because he can easily get cancelled.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And if it gets cancelled, then it's going to be hard for MCE to take fights because he is the main controller for the team. And if he's not able to be keeping himself alive, if he's the first one to fall before he's able to do anything at all, then the team fight will be very hard for MCE.
Oh yeah, Woodwind in position though.
Okay, you see Woodwind there, and Woodwind will engage. Okay, here comes Woodwind taking a decent amount of damage, but he's not putting himself as a bait just yet. But from the middle, here comes An. Oh, showing up from the top, and now with that one kill, this is goal time for MCE.
Great start with the Storm Strike now. I think they're gonna go in more.
Yes, they will go in, even though underneath the tower is not going to be a problem for them. And here comes An with another kill onto Fearless. Fearless losing 3 players. Make that 4 right now. At the same time, this is what we talked about earlier on. The control is so important for YKK.
And this is what I was saying. An is such a good player. That's the reason why they kept banning the Byron, the Mayin. Him starting the fight right here with a Storm Strike to 2 people, get them to half HP, was enough for them to get that tower dive going. And that's what they needed. Fearless Esports, they should be well aware of this and should be scared.
Oh, is Woodwind going to go for it solo? Okay, no. It's more of like just trying to bait that one out. But I do agree with you, right? We can see why the Byron has been the top ban in the first 2 games. Now that they've allowed the Byron to go, they have to find a way to deal with it.
Yep, An has been really doing well in this game, and Fable wasn't able to hit that set sail on that fight. So with that gave a lot of openings for MCE to just start and go over. Remember, YKK hasn't been using that flash yet, so the threat is still there.
Yeah, you got the flash in together with the control. That is a very strong crowd control, I would say, especially for a single target. And if they're able to get like a Shoyu or maybe like a Noah, that would be great. But speak about getting someone, KK now been pushed back, sold out by the likes of one, and they managed to suppress one. There you go, without Woodwind. Could this be goal time still for Fearless Esports to try to make a counter back? They managed to get Spring Wake from the back line, and here comes one taking Fable down. But looks like the trades still continue to happen between these two teams. It's a 2-4-2 still.
Okay, that was a good start here for the team. It's still a 2-for-2. It's still not lost. They don't have ultimate. Sky could go in.
Oh, maybe they're already going on to Tools.
He's looking.
It's open. Infinite Fastness, 4-star, but they do see it. The target is going to be on the main tank for MCE down.
I can see it. I can see it in Sky's eyes. That's why he was moving very erratically. Oh, Wildwind.
Oh! Annihilation all the way from downtown!
That was a bait. He was using the Wildwind just to bait the reaction from Tung, and Annihilation was the reason why he died. That's like a bullet from the left side, and he wasn't expecting it. And with this, they got those kills back from those advantage that they got from the side of MCE, and now Fearless is back in the lead.
Beautiful coordination, Dash. Beautiful coordination. I really love how they set themselves up for them to make sure that Annihilation gets a kill. And after getting the Annihilation, they secured the next objective. Man, this is Fearless. So far, they are rolling it.
Oh man. Tung doesn't have the infinite fastest though. He has to be careful.
Oh, okay. Now without infinite fastest information towards Fearless, and they know that they can make this jungle invasion. They might want to go in again, but they have to be aware of Aunt. They might come in from the side.
Okay, they're waiting for it. I think Woodwind is looking for a kill here. They're going in.
And here comes Aunt from the side as expected. Well coordinated by MCA. Follow up by one. With that, they will take Woodwind out of this game for now. But it's only Woodwind still. The rest is still there. They still have the tower active though, but the tower will fall to the hands of the Flaming Palm.
That is a good kill, Sky. Looking for a prey here.
Oh, they know.
They got hit.
Oh, couple plays, second couple play on the Sky. Annihilation set across, and then Annihilation dealt enough damage for them to make that follow-up. But once they manage to get another trade-off, at least on the table, Infinite Bastards will be deployed. Now with no Infinite Bastards, he cannot engage in. While that was happening, KK got a kill for himself.
2 are down. There's still an objective that they can go for. Right now, they're going to go for that Tyrant. And having that extra damage here for the side of Fearless is something that they would need here. Look at the stats. Woodwind has been dying a lot, but it doesn't really matter for them because taking the damage, taking one for the team is a good thing. And they're just waiting for KK to get that third item. Once he gets that Daybreaker, this game would start to go in the way of Fearless Esports. And remember, they still have the gold advantage, so they are on a good spot here.
And we gotta give a lot of respect to Woodwind as well. He puts himself in a position that tells his opponent, like, come get me, come get me.
Yeah.
And they got the bait. They got Woodwind, cool. But then again, Woodwind is not the biggest impact hero. It's not the biggest impact player. They have to be aware of like the KK, like Yin. Those are the bigger impact heroes or the players in this round.
Most of the time, they're just gonna be throwing out the destined encounter, then he's done with his work. And with what we're seeing here, I think An is always going to be a crucial part of how they're going to start fights here for the side of Maelstrom. Set sail though.
Oh, set sail all the way to the backline. Who are they going to catch? Oh, they got YKK. No control. Now they see one. The main tag for the team will be taken out by Sky. Looking for the next target. It's probably going to be An. An is gone. An is in trouble. Double kill for Sky. Now they're looking at Nox, and it is going to be an ace for Fearless.
What a great ace here from the side of Fearless. Just making sure that the fight is divided in 2 parts. And when that happened, An didn't know when to start the engage, and it was a bit too late when he went in. 3 seconds on the clock, and we do have the members coming in, but they still want to end this.
Oh, could this be endgame right now? It could be, it could be. That's not enough time. Just waiting for the minutes to arrive. It is going to be, look at the damage from that Annihilation. It is huge. And here is your second finalist, Fearless Esports.
Congratulations to Fearless Esports taking that spot on the second. On the regular season, they're gonna be ones to take the next spot, and this was a good showing from the side of Fearless Hong Kong. This is a nice showing from them, and I hope they would be able to move forward more, because now they're gonna be fighting against Spots Gaming after this.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a rematch between those two teams later on. But looking over at some of the stats, okay, MVP towards KK. But I must say, KK has a lot to thank for his other teammates that provided him with a lot of protection at the front.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing here from the front still, I mean, KK just getting the Daybreaker, he wasn't even at the full version of what he needs to be. He's just in like Super Saiyan 1 and not yet on the third one or the fourth one even. And Fearless Esports were just taking the face in the game. Fable knows that he doesn't need to be the one carrying the game, and Woodwind taking a lot for the team, so they're the ones taking the pressure. And that's the smartest thing to go for. If you know your win condition, this is how you do it.
Yeah, and the one that took the most pressure was Woodwind as well. Like, he puts himself in the position as if it was the bait. He wants to try to draw out the skills from MCE, and that's exactly what he did very well. Yes, he sacrificed himself a couple of times, but that's fine. As long as he was able to draw out those skills, it allowed Fearless to find that opening to counter back against MCE.
Yeah, it's just honest work for Woodwind. He's just gonna be on the back, on the side. He's just gonna be taking damage, and that's good. But from Maelstrom's side, they were doing well. Look at this graph. They were doing well at one point in the game, but the problem there is just one fight that happened, they collapsed. And that is where Fearless Esports just capitalized on that collapse that happened. And MCE wasn't able to do anything much after that.
Yeah, especially in one of those fights where they caught the Byron. The moment they caught that one, it's like, okay, Byron's the main guy, right? He's the main guy to engage. He can obviously tank as well. So as long as he is taken out, they don't need to worry about the flanks, because who else is going to flank? All they need to do after taking out the Byron is focus on whatever that's in front of them. And that's it.
Yeah. An was just the target. An, honestly, for games 1 to number 3, he was doing consistently here for the team, and he was the reason why the games were hard. The games were really hard just because of him, and especially those engages were perfect on that game 3. It's just that on the next end, he was just divided out of the team, and that's why he wasn't able to do his magic engages.
But you know what, Dash? If that game was exciting, it's going to be even more exciting after this, because it's going to be the grand finals match here. It's going to be between Paul versus, again, Fearless Hong Kong. And also to note, ladies and gentlemen, we have to congratulate Fearless as well, because they have secured their slot onto the regular season.
Hey, they're back in the regular season here. Fearless Esports, a very well-known org, and having this spot again is something that they would cherish for sure. And Pause Gaming were able to get their spot yesterday, but again, these two right now in the grand finals are just fighting for that bigger slash on that prize pool. That's why they want to get that bigger piece of the prize, and this is what they're looking for here for the team. But for now, it's just them just challenging each other. But again, after this regular season, they're gonna be having a better prize, and after the regular season, they're gonna be having what do you call that? Best prize, if you may. best prize.
Yeah, but of course they have to fight for the spot by then, right? But for now, both of these teams can rejoice the fact that, okay, we are locked in for the regular season. We'll be definitely seeing them more coming into the future, right? So I'm really glad that we're able to cast their games, because this is a good step, a good start here, a good first impression, I would say, to some of the viewers out there, first time looking at their gameplay, to say that, hey, the regular season will be tight with these teams in it.
Yeah, and especially Wildcard King series, these are teams that you do expect to be performing pretty well here on what they do. And I like that they are doing such a show here for the side of Fearless and Pause Gaming. But again, everybody, before everything else, we're just going to be taking a break before we head into the next series. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Bai Qi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Qi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Qi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Qi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Qi's weapon of choice is the scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Qi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Qi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Qi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Qi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Qi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Qi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Qi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter-sweet smiles. The journey to Blum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Qi's weapon of choice is the scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Qi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Qi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Qi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Qi's weapon of choice is the scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Qi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Qi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Qi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Qi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Qi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Qi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Qi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink.
Welcome back to the WKS Spring 2025 Qualifier Finals, and we're gonna be watching the battle between Fearless Esports versus Boss Gaming, and we're still gonna be your shoutcasters. For today, my name is Dash, and I'm here with Sir Cloud. And Sir Cloud, how do you feel about this series?
Oh man, this is going to be a tight one, I believe, right? Though they have met before this during the upper bracket semifinals, where Paul they won by 2-0. But Fearless Esports, like what you said earlier on, they had more games to play. They had more opportunities to experiment with stuff along the way. While Paul is, they were enjoying their chips. But so maybe that's an opportunity for Fearless Esports to finally overcome Paul Gaming.
They probably ate some chips, got their dinner, got their lunch a while ago. They did a lot of things before we started the games for today. I mean, we started at 6 p.m. So they probably ate dinner while that's happening, and we had a bit of a break there. And this now is going to be the grand finals. I mean, remember everybody, these two teams already are qualified for the regular season. If you're just tuning in, that's something that you should know. And now they're just fighting for that bigger piece of the pie, for that prize pool.
Yeah, it's a difference of $1,000 and also $500. So $500 between the number 1 and number 2. And of course, the bragging rights to be the best team in the qualifiers, walking into the regular season with a red carpet and light shining onto them. I'm sure they want all that for themselves.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, going into this tournament, not being available in the regular season as the other teams, this is a way harder path that they are willing to take. And honestly, coming from the qualifiers is a bragging rights in itself, and winning it all is actually a higher bragging rights than just getting into the regular season, qualifying for that regular season. But this time, I love that this will be a very different showing for them. But let's take a look at the bracket and what the story is for both of these teams. Look at that. Fearless Esports got taken down by Paw, and this time around, they're looking for revenge.
Yeah, and Paul, they had a really good run starting from the top, 2-0, 3-0. They even beat MCE, which was the opponent of Fearless Esports before this. And they are now in the grand finals. Best of 5 matchup will be waiting for us, ladies and gentlemen. It will be a blast here coming in. Now, on paper, it does look like Paul has the upper hand, but you will never know, Dash.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, anything could happen here, Sir Cloud. Anybody could change things up here in this tournament. And I'm kind of afraid of what Fearless Esports, what kind of energy they will be bringing this time around. Because a while ago, it was a good type of energy, mind you, from the last game that we've seen. And Pause Gaming were chilling. But remember, they're the team who won the matches against both Fearless and even Maelstrom. So this is a team that technically is a powerhouse here in the qualifiers because they haven't lost a single game. Not match, everybody. A single game. They haven't lost any of those.
Yeah, absolutely, right? If we look at their lineup has like players like Bisotis, has like Snow. These players, they have experience playing in last year's EWC among some of the best teams in the world. So they know how to handle the pressure. They know what they're doing. And they obviously, and they also came from AG before this, which is one of the best teams in the world as well. So they have that support system together with their own personal experience. They will put on a good show for us.
Yeah, and I think these guys are looking for right now. They have been taken in by Pause Gaming, and I love that they are still trying to continue with the mindset of getting into the bigger stages, and I kind of like that. I kind of like that they're still trying to compete here. But let's take a look at what they already have here for both of the squads. I think we talked about this a while ago, Sir Cloud. There's a big priority on the Clash laners for most of the games. So I like to point that out again. And I want to see how the Jing Luna would shake up Pause Gaming. Because remember, last time they bring this out in the side of Fearless Esports, it was not against Pause. So it's a different story.
Yeah, and let's not forget about some of the hot picks as well in this tournament. The Arlie might be contested by both sides. Again, in case for whatever reason, ladies and gentlemen, you just joined us for the qualifiers this season. This is not a global ban pick. It is a standard pick, meaning that every round it's all open for anyone. So with that being said, right, we've seen like the Arlie being a hot pick multiple times. Like if a team has the opportunity to pick Arlie for like 2 games, 3 games in their best of 3, best of 5 series, they will go all in for it because it's such a meta hero now.
Yeah, I mean, Arlie is just really strong. Arlie just has everything on the board, and that's the reason why she's very good. She does a lot of things that other other heroes won't be able to bring, and she has a lot of damage too, so that's a really scary spot to be in if you're the one dealing with her. So that's why she's very strong. So I think they need to find a way or put their best foot forward here for both of our teams if ever she comes out in this game.
Yeah, but what I like about Fearless as well is that we've seen them picking out those cheesy heroes. The Hano jungle worked so well for them as a last pick in their first game, and there was no counter for the Hano jungle at that time. Now, looking over at the audience prediction, you guys out there decided that Pause has the upper hand by just a 5% margin, 55% for them. As for Fearless, it's 45%. Now, I will read this as this is going to be a tight matchup.
Yeah, I can see that this could be a different matchup. It's going to be tight, but last time that they met, I think at least now they have an idea that it's going to be a hard match, especially this one. This one is going to be a hard match, and I think they recognize that fact because for now, I think Fearless Esports should find a way to decode Pause Gaming because so far nobody has done it yet.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Going up against the experienced players of Pause Gaming, right? But of course, for Fearless, they are no stranger to the scene as well. They have played as an organization, at least, in the A2K Invitational S2. So they have put their name up there as an organization. They know what it takes to be going up against these strong teams as well. And it so happened for Fearless and Paul, they happen to come from the same region. So I'm pretty sure these set of players often meet each other in like scrims or maybe in other tournaments there.
Yeah, they probably know each other already. They're very well aware of the presence of each other, and that's a good thing. Honestly, it's a good thing to have like this other players that you always meet, you always have scrims with each other. It's a way to get better in your own ways, and that's what they want to do here for now. And I like that both of our teams really know how to draft well, so I'm kind of looking forward to what's next year for them.
Hey, for all you know, they are probably in the same set of apartments, like maybe they're like across each other or something. We don't know, right? We don't know. And for all you know, after this game, whatever happens, they're just going to go out and have a good night together. Because
Honestly,
they can both celebrate the fact that both of them have qualified to the regular season.
That is true. They could do anything pretty much after this because they already are qualified. They're just doing this to maybe get a higher piece of that prize pool, and they could use this to eat dinner after. So maybe that's part of their plan later on. They're going to be meeting anyway. And that's what I like about teams in the same region because they are pretty much friends at this point.
Yeah, like the winner buys the meals, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's justified.
yeah. If you win, you give them a pat in the back, and you give them a bit of food, and everything's okay. Your relationship's gonna be okay.
Yeah, because they're going to meet a lot more in the regular season later on. That's going to be real interesting. Of course, something for us to look forward to, ladies and gentlemen, in the WKS this season. I mean, if we're seeing the qualifiers, right? If the quality of the teams in the qualifiers are this good, imagine how better it will be in the regular season later. I just can't wait for the regular season of the WKS.
Oh yeah, honestly, for the regular season, I'm kind of excited on what is going to happen. I want to see how the teams there are going to be starting off the weeks. I think it's going to be next week, right? Next week is going to be the regular season. So that's the time we'll be seeing more of them.
Yeah, so we look forward to that. But of course, we got to settle the score here, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, even though they know each other even though they're probably friends with each other, at the end of the day, when it comes to the gorge, it's all about who's going to win, who's going to get the bragging rights. You want to, like, the next time you meet each other across the hallway, you rub shoulders and like, hey, I got the best of you earlier on. This is going to be the second chance for Fearless Esports to try to overcome this anime big boss called Pause Gaming. Now, if we were to just look at like some of the picks that they have seen that we have seen earlier on, right, in our matches, we have not seen a lot of other heroes just because it's not a global ban pick. But for you personally, Dash, like what are some of the heroes that you personally would like to see?
I think in this games, Mai Shiranui, she's not going to be seen. I think Yixing would be usually what we're going to be seeing here. We've seen that from the last series. So I think Yixing is going to be well sought after by both of our teams. So that's kind of what I'm expecting. And I do think both of our Clash laners really love picking aggressive Clash laners. So I will be expecting a Byron and Yin ban probably. But what about you? What do you think?
oh, I like to see something new, right? Something fresh. At least the heroes that we have not seen today. The Sake has been rather popular in other regions. So I would love to see how the Sake is being deployed. Sake to me as a roam, it's pretty balanced. Like you can engage, you can heal your teammates, basically sustain the team in team fights. You can kind of poke as well. You can go in and out of fights. So I think the Sake will be a very interesting one if it makes a showing. Other than the Sake, perhaps like a Agudo would be kind of nice as well in the jungle. Like it's tanky, it can also engage, and it's just so annoying. Like if you have like two characters in one as an opponent you need to deal with.
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, it's a very frustrating thing to deal with, especially if you're dealing with a Sakir, because the D-Run J to the Sakir combo is just a classic on most of the other regions, just because you can't really pick anything else after them. The reason why it works is for the global ban and pick, it's a different system, so that's why some other duos work. But here, if you're in a standard draft, it's gonna be a different story because you need to really think about who will work best, and that's why we won't really see much of the D-Ren Jet coming out, the Sakir coming out, even the what do you call this, the Mai Shinoi Arlie comes out in global ban and pick, but here you're not gonna see it.
Yeah, but if there's any cheesy pick, right, I'd like to see the Milady. Like the Milady is such a strong lane pusher, like can just run down lanes for you. It's like, oh, one tower, okay, great. I'll just bomb it down. The next tower, I just bomb it down. Third tower, bomb it down. Of course, the downside of Milady is that hardly any mobility. Okay, can just walk basically, or maybe a flash, and that's about it. It's absolutely not tanky at all. Yeah. So that's the downside. But if somehow like the Milady is given like the protection by maybe like 2 others, 3 others in a skirmish, then the Milady will be a very good hero to just take down all the tower objectives.
Yeah, I think so. I think Milady, they did that in King's Major West, if I remember correctly. The channel to the Milady, they're doing a lot of summons, so they're so annoying to deal with because there's going to be a lot of summons that are just going to be pushing. So that's the idea of that composition, and I think if we see that here, it's going to go crazy. I would love to see it too.
Yeah, so maybe. So those are some of our wish lists, right? Like, come on, teams. If you want to make it interesting, bring in the Milady, bring in maybe like the Sakir heroes that we have not seen so far here in the WKS qualifiers. So who knows? But other than that, right? Like, there's like so many heroes that have not been given enough love. So yeah, I'd like to see some unconventional picks. There's just so many of them that I can name at this point.
Oh yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of things. I mean, if you remember, if you were watching Major East, I think the Hanshin to the Lubang is a classic there. They always love picking that up because the Hanshin could go pretty fast on the dive in the backline. Then the Lubang comes with him, so easy kill to the backline. I think those are the most cheesy picks that I've been seeing. And even, I don't know, this works in ranked games. The Marco Polo and the Yarya, Genji also does that. And it's funny that it works in the Major E. So I don't know if in WKS it would work out for them.
Dude, the Hanshin farm lane, that was epic. That was epic. It became the talk of the town for some point.
That was crazy. It worked pretty well. And Genji, until now, they still do it. And I know that right now, the last call is already starting. And it's OG versus Genji. East side, best side. So I do think Genji is going to win.
Just because they are able to come up with those like cheesy picks, right? And you know what? Sometimes when it comes to like games like this, right, it's whoever who is able to outsmart each other wins. And by outsmarting, meaning that you put out something that's totally unexpectable. And when you put out not only the draft, but the gameplay, the play style adapts to that draft, like the Hanshin farm lane, for example. Like it will catch a lot of teams off, and sometimes they don't have enough time to just sink it in and think of how to deal with it.
Yeah, they don't really know how to react on those really surprising picks. And that's one of the good things about this game, right? Because there is a lot of ideas that could come out. There is a lot of ideas that could work out. And some of the teams have been experimenting a lot. And they know how to make those things work. And that's what I love about HOK, because the global ban and pick just made a lot of the teams a lot more creative compared to when we were in this spot in where we're in the standard draft.
Yeah, and I'm pretty confident we're going to see the global ban and pick later in the regular season. So that would challenge a lot of other teams as well, like the depth of their hero pool, the type of strategies do they have, and it's not only about the depth of like an individual player, right, or how many heroes can you play. It's can you combine those heroes in a single draft? If you've used like this hero like before, and then you have like this idea of like drafting this hero in the following game, thinking that, it will go well with other combinations, but you can't because you've already used that hero. It makes it even worse that if you're thinking about that hero and it gets bad and your options are really small just because you have used other heroes that you thought could supplement for it, then it becomes a test to all these teams. And that's what I really like about the global ban pick.
Yeah, it makes you think. It makes you think on what works, what could not work, what could we do here that could be something that will be surprising them. And that's why I love teams like Genji. From Major East, it's R8 again, and even OG from the side of Major West, because they are very creative about their drafting. And I like that. They're pulling out a lot of this creativities. And I think the reason why Agudo also came into play was because people were trying to find what junglers could work, because we're still in the tank jungle meta, the Ogrins of the game, the Menkis of the game. Then couple that with the Agudo, I think that's something like a trio that we usually see on most of the junglers that we have.
Yeah, I wonder what does it take to like bring back like the Lam or the Prince of Lanling. Yeah, those kind of fast-paced assassins to come back into the meta, right? I really love to see more of that as well, because it's just so exciting. Just looking at the icon on the map, like, the Lam is waiting at the side. Okay, the fight happens. He comes in, he sweeps everyone off their feet. Like that kind of play style, that's huge. That's huge. I would love to see more of those jungler, assassin type junglers coming back into the meta though.
Yeah, that could be possible though. I mean, I've been seeing that also in the Major East like a lot of times, because game 5, not really a lot of choices anymore. Yeah, let's pick Lamb. It's time to pick up Lamb because they don't really have a lot of damage, and Lamb kind of works in a way if ever you snowball the game right. If you snowball the game, the Lamb would work pretty well against almost anything, and that's what I love about the Lamb. But again, if it gets to the late game, people don't want the very volatile type of playstyle. They want to be secured. At least they have a tank, it's okay, but sometimes some other teams take the risk, and I respect those teams that love to take a risk.
Yeah, like put away the insecurities, people.
yeah.
Like put it out here, put it up. And of course, we're looking at a best of 5 series coming up soon. So whatever happens, there will be games, right? Game 2, game 3 at least. So to a certain extent, if that's going to be the case, then the teams can also put in the mindset like, hey, you know what? We have a lot of games. We have already secured our slot to the regular season, which is the major goal anyway. So why not just put out some of those kind of picks, right? Like bringing in the Lamb or bringing in the Prince of Landing. Why not?
That's true. They don't they're already qualified anyway, so it's okay to maybe experiment if they want to, because this is the last time they're gonna be having a standard draft. So maybe they could work things out, right?
That is a really good point. That's a really good point. Like if you go into the regular season, that is, well, it's going to be a global ban pick, so you might as well make good use of the standard draft that you can pick anything. So why not just add to the stats, right? Like our stats guy is looking to fill up those voids. Like when are these heroes going to be picked up? So might as well do our stats guy a favor.
Yeah, thank you very much to the stats guy and the prod team behind the production that works there. This is very we have a lot of respect for you guys, and it's because of that. And I want to see more of that for them. What I love about this is in the standard draft, you don't usually show a lot of things, which is what I like, because you usually just pick the same ones. You usually just pick the meta ones. So you're kind of hiding a lot of what you're going to be picking usually on the global ban and pick. And I'm waiting for that to come out. I mean, in the regular season, that's not going to be a problem, but now we're at least gauging the power level of both of these teams.
Yeah, and it's not only about the picks, right? It's also about the bans. Like you only have 4 bans in total. So by the time you use up all your bans, it's mostly like the meta heroes, like your Mice, your Byrons, those sort of heroes, or maybe even your Arlies. and there's not enough bans there for you to like, okay, we want to ban something that's not meta, but we want to ban something that the opponent's comfortable with, or we want to try to block out something that could potentially counter us. There's not enough bans. So they really need to work around the fact that, okay, we're not going to depend on bans. How are we going to suit our picks and our play style to the whole scenario instead of just trying to ban out everything that they could think of when there's only 4 bans?
Yeah, that's true. And also, one of the things that is very scary about the global ban and pick is what you pick in games 1 to 2. Because if you pick something that should have worked and it didn't, that's a big hit on your hero pool. And that's what I've been thinking a lot about when it comes down to the global ban and pick, because when we go to game 4, when we go to game 5, the usual combinations that you work with are not going to work anymore because you can't pick this hero anymore. You can't pick this hero anymore. So the most important part of that type of game is games 1 and games 2. You want to find a way to win that. Or if you don't want to win that, you don't pick any meta heroes in game 1 and game 2, then invest that to 3, 4, 5, if at least. I think that is one of the smartest strategies that some teams have been doing.
Yeah, but that kind of works only if we are playing on a global ban pick, right? Like you can leave it for like the later stage. Like, okay, we'll let you have a comfort zone, cool, but then you cannot use that same set of heroes in game number 2, and that's where we'll bite you back. Especially when it's a best of 5, that's where the potential comeback might happen. So that's something for the players to prepare themselves, of course, later towards the regular season. As of now, they're pretty much free to experiment anything. And when we talk about experiment, let's see if they will actually experiment now as we head on to the draft.
Yeah, I think they're still respecting it. I think they saw the pay from Sky from the last game. I told you, they were eating chips and watching. That's why they already know what to ban here on game number 1.
Yeah, that must be like the most valuable chips.
Yeah.
Just because it gives them the energy to continue to watch and analyze. It
gives you like $1,000 too in the end.
Oh, yeah. That's a very expensive pack of chips.
Yeah, and that's why they wanted to go for it. But again, the Bai Qi and Win early still being respected here. Usually when you're on the red side, that is expected, right? You ban the Mai in the early so that they don't pick it on the other side. But the Dharma comes out, and that's not good.
Yeah, I mean, you only have a limited amount of bans, right, at the end of the day. So something has to go. So the Sansa, again, for Fearless, we've seen that before. So, are we going to see something new? Or maybe the Dea, again, we have seen the Dea before. The Dea, great combination with pretty much any marksman, if you gotta think about it.
Honestly,
but they're still hovering around the marksman now, though.
Ooh, they're gonna be going for that long just so they are very secure on what they have already. I think that's good. Usually in the standard draft, you usually pick long whenever you can. And the Sansa is just for them to have the no way. They're gonna they're bringing out the big guns in game 1. What?
The combo! The
That's
Liang Princess Frost combo. Okay, this will be fun though. This will be fun. So they can go around the map and try to pick off anybody that they find suitable. Even the Long itself. Before the Long is able to use his infinite vastness, you combo the Liang and also the Princess Frost. He's not able to get away.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do, right? Whenever you have a Long on the other side, you don't want him to get any infinite vastness. So the combo is just there to just eliminate him as fast as you could. And as expected, this is gonna be a Lianpo gonna be picked on their side just to easily cancel it with a burst ram. But I don't know if that'll be enough here for this combo. This is tried and tested, and it works a lot of times.
Yeah, and especially it works during the early stages, even towards the later stages as well. Like if it goes like late game, you're still able to lock down at least one. And you can choose to lock down the most important hero, whichever hero that has scale and becomes the most dangerous hero too. Even if it's a tank, even let's say you lock down the Sunset, that is good enough. You make him not in the game for a good 4-5 seconds in combination, and that 4-5 seconds could be enough for pause to just end the fight.
Yeah, that's usually what happens, especially if they draft a jungler here that could really carry on the team as the time goes on. So having a way to snowball is something that they need here. Or an Ogren works out. That's why the reason why they banned it in the side of Fearless Esports. If they draft a very strong jungler and a very strong marksman, this could work out pretty easily for the team. And the Yixing, as we said, usually going to be sought after here in this game.
Okay, so the Yixing, of course, one of the popular picks. No surprises there. Gives them a lot of control as well, and may be able to counter the Liang Princess Force combo. Unless Yixing, of course, is the one that they target, then there's going to be another conversation altogether. But for Pause right now, so they are going to pick the Byron. We have seen the Byron very, very strong. This will be the main tank for the team.
What is that? They don't have a marksman.
Oh, yeah. Wait. Yeah. Now that you mention it.
Okay. They're doing a
Wait.
Gen G. This is interesting. Okay, I like this idea. The idea is they would want to finish this game as fast as they could. And they would want to snowball this game with the Kong main, with the Byron, with the Dharma. And that's what they want to do. If that works out, this game is going to be finished in like 10 minutes. But
10 minutes?
But if this game goes long, Sky is going to do the same thing like they did during the last series.
Okay, all right. I really want to see if the 10-minute thing happens though, because this is what we call a cheese strat here.
Yeah, it's going to be very cheesy, especially with what they have right now. Pretty much excited on what these two teams are going to be bringing here for our first game. Right now, it's very spicy, and they really like picking up a lot of their interesting picks. And I like this. I like where we're going here. And now, everybody, this is game 1 of the grand finals of the qualifiers between Pause Gaming versus Fearless Esports.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the outcome of this, right? Okay, so looks like the farm lane Qingling will be playing the Liang at this time, but he's not playing like a traditional farm laner. They made a lane swap, so they get to start off in the middle instead. Okay, adapting to the situation, I would say. And one good thing about the Liang is that he's able to invade junglers early on. Look at this. All he needs to do is just go into jungle and just try to steal those jungle minions away. Oh,
Yeah,
but
and they got the first blood, and that is good. What a great frigid prison. They didn't even need the power word control.
yeah, it was so early, right? It felt like almost like Fearless. They walked into that, but they grouped up together, knowing that they can combo. I believe that we'll be seeing more of these two heroes at least just walking together across the map.
KK not having a great time against Snow here on the bot side, but as you were saying, I think they're not going to have the greatest time here just because of the bullying that Xiaogang and Xinglin will be having this game. Look at him. He's just bullying Yin. He's just moving forward, having no care in the world because they know that the jungler doesn't really have a lot of damage in the early game.
Yeah, and it is Sky playing the Hano though. So Sky with the Hano, he's probably going to go for a tank build like how we saw earlier on. So if they did their homework while eating chips, then they would have seen that, oh, this is going to be a tank build. So we don't need to be worried with the potential lashback if he tries to fight back.
Yeah, and he wouldn't be able to clap back in the early game. Yes, it's not going to be dying, but the problem here is if he won't be able to pop that Fate Rewind. Because remember, Xinglin has the ultimate. So if he uses the power word control, gets the combo in, he can be easily killed. Storm Strike almost getting the hit there on Fable, but he's not going to get hit.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? We did talk about like, okay, the thing about Hano is that you need to take him out really fast, like burst him down, good control over him. And Paul, they check the boxes. They do have control. They do have burst with the Princess Frost. And they actually can deal with the Hano this time. It's not the same Hano as per the situation that we saw earlier today.
Yeah, and that was the problem with the Hano a while ago is that there was nobody to answer that Hano. But something that we need to think about is how they are going to be approaching most of the fights. Because with how this is going to go, I think one thing that is good about Pause during the last times that we've seen them is they know how to finish the game really fast. And that's a scary team. If you think about it, that's a scary team to fight against.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? It's like they know that they don't want to prolong games because you know that, okay, if the game hits like 20 minutes onwards, right? Then one slip of a team fight, potentially your opponent could just push and end the game. So
They
you
could
don't
just
want to put
finish.
yourself in that unnecessary sort of pressured situation.
Yeah.
You might as well end the game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they could just finish that. And that's why it's scary. Right now, I'm kind of scared here for how they're going to be doing the early game. And I like that they drafted 2 Flash laners on their side, because normally Lung is going to have a problem against those Clash laners because they can get on top of them pretty easily, force the infinite fastness. Especially, one thing that I'm really seeing here is they want to secure the first Tyrant just to start the snowball going.
Yeah, and if they do, then like what you said, the snowball could potentially happen, right? So I guess that Fearless, they really need to challenge for it. But are they ready for it? Because they gave away the first blood. So naturally, a little bit more experience and goal swings towards pause. And let's
Yeah.
not forget as well, during the early phase, before they got their first blood, even they have been jungle invading Fearless. So for Fearless, I'm not sure how much resources have they gathered in preparation for the first Tyrant.
That's true, especially for the first Tyrant. One thing that is good is one thing that carries a lot of the weight whenever it comes down to the first Tyrant is the Flash laners, and having 2 of them in one game, really hard to deal with though, because remember, you're dealing with the Byron, you're dealing with the Dharma, and those 2 could really wreck your backline if ever they want to.
Okay. When we went back into the game earlier on, I had a quick look of their net worth. They are
what happened?
exactly the same of 7.1. So at least, the good news here
It's
is that
okay.
for Fearless, they are keeping pace with their opponent. Now, coming
That's
back
good.
into the game, yeah, it's exactly 7.1, 7.2. So they're not far away.
Ward has been dropped, but no fights are going to be happening. Good using that Winter is here so that nobody could move forward. And pause, they're pretty much safe. So we're still waiting for the first objective here for Cloud. So right now we're still waiting for them to just start anything, because Snow is just going to be chilling here in the bot side.
Just look at this. Snow with the mantra to clear off the way while he was being shot at with the
Yeah.
basic attacks. No
Look at the
issue.
chase here though. Frigid Prison wasn't able to hit. Xiaoyang needed to use his flash to go away. And Sky is still putting on the pressure. Nobody could really deal damage against him, especially with the Fate Rewind that he has. He's not afraid to tank a lot of this.
Yeah, at this point, if he sees like Princess Frost alone, if he sees Qing alone, he knows that they cannot combo onto him. So that's why he can still move forward. But if they see them, when he sees them together, there's going to be a problem.
Yep, Snow. A bit on a hefty position here. Good thing Xiaoyang is already in the area. Gonna be slowing them down for a bit. Shinglin is gonna be in position here for the 15 seconds that they're gonna be waiting for this first objective.
Yeah, they've positioned themselves. And like what we discussed earlier on, if they get this first Tyrant, they could potentially snowball towards the end.
Oh, goes in with a control. That's going to be it. They have the damage, but the Fate Rewind still available. And remember, the board was there to go for the counter engage. And they got the kill against Xingling. And now they're going to go in, get some knockers on Xiaoyang. The flash from Fable gets the kill. And they get 2 for 1 and 1 more for this Tyrant.
Well, what a bait that was, Slash. The Fate Rewind was available. And they spent like what? 3 outs to him? Just not to get the kill? That was
man.
insane.
Yeah, I think that's not the best target, though. If ever they're going to go for a fight here, I think Sky is not the best target to go for. They should try to go to the backline, especially Yin. Yin with the World is My Board was just golden. That's the reason why they were able to get it. It was such a good board.
Yeah, and if we were to look at how Sky played the Hano previously, he was more of like a tank sort of a build and tank sort
Yep.
of hero. So if you know that, okay, this guy's going to play like a tank build, he's going to play like a tank style, automatically you know that he's not the main target.
Yeah. And they even flashed in to try and go for that kill, right? So that's something like a missed decision here for the side of Boss Gaming. So they give a bit of an advantage here for Fearless Esports. It's a 1k gold lead, not really that big. So they need to find a way to garner more of those kills. But right now, look at the bot lane. Look at the pressure here for Fearless. They got the combo, they got the Frigid Prison. Fable is still going to be surviving. And they still don't have the damage to go for it yet.
The 2 times that we see the control combo was onto a tank. And we can see the
Yeah.
result is that they couldn't get anything out of it. It's probably something for them to reflect on.
Yeah, they won't be able to get any kills like that. And look at this. Look at the problem that they're facing. Sky has a Fate Rewind so far away, so he doesn't care. He's just going to be taking this damage. The Fate Rewind is going to get used, and he's just going to be back to where he started.
Okay, this Hey No Pay is starting to be really interesting though. But also
Yeah.
for Xiao Yang and Qing Ling, the combo is still not working out for them. They need to find a proper target. The best one right now probably is going to be Yin or maybe KK being the low. They should be able to one-shot either one of these two.
Yeah, they really need to. And from what we're seeing here, right down at the top lane, there's no control that I'm seeing here yet from the side of Pause Gaming. They're still quite struggling on
Blue
what they
team
want to do
has
here on this
destroyed
game
a
because
tower.
right now they're going to the top side. They're going to try to go for the kill on Fable here, even using the set sail. The board was able to trap Feng Jie, and he is backing off. He's trying to dodge a lot of the damage, but he's also going to fall down. Xing Lin's going to get knocked out. They got the knock upon him, and he's going to be dead here for sure. But Biostosis is trying something. He's making something work. But right now, they go in for the flash. They try something right here against Biostosis, but it's not going to work. There's not really a lot of damage going forward. They go in for the flash with the force field suppression to go for the shield, but they are still alive. And right now, I'm seeing Biostosis and his work.
Oh, but he's not out in the clear yet. Like now, their jungle invading him. They try to just steal away the resources from Myosotis. Myosotis fights back though.
Yeah, Biostosis gonna try to go in and maybe deal some damage, get some knockup. Woodwind has been slowed down. Doesn't have the burst around, but he has the flash, so he's still very, very safe.
And the world is my board came in just at the right time as an insurance policy.
Ooh, they tried to go for it. Could have the force field suppression. Doesn't have the ult here. Myostosis was able to go in, but no damage. Will be able to get onto KK.
It took them like what? A good 1-2 minutes for them to get Myosotis? That is how durable he is. So there's something for them to consider because he will continue to scale for sure.
Oh,
He
man.
cannot be the main target man for them.
Oh man, Feng Jie is just trying to maybe get some damage here, use the power word control, but it's not gonna matter. He has the Fate Rewind here. That's why they just went back away. This combo is just struggling to make work, and Sky not even popping that Fate Rewind. They got some space though. Fable might die, but Snow was just pushed back away, and still a kill going to the side of Fearless.
Solo attempt there by Snow. Gotta give it to him. He tried. He did deal a good amount of damage, but the rotation came in from the middle to provide support to the other members of Fearless, and that's how he went down. If it was a 1v1 or maybe a 1v2, I believe he would have been able to stand his ground.
Man, they're just getting neutralized. The nuisance that is Sky, they don't really have an answer to it. And remember, they don't have a marksman, so they don't really have a lot of DPS to deal with Sky. So this is quite a struggle for them, and this might not be a game that is going to be going on the side of Pause Gaming, because they don't have an answer. Yin doesn't have HP anymore, but they still go in with the taking liberties. They have the world is my board, got the hit on Snow. They can go to the backline. They're waiting for the right timing here. Truth Matchup could actually come out in just a bit, but Sky is still tanking up a lot of damage. The wall in front of Pause Gaming. Sky is not letting them do anything here.
And look at this guy, man. Last wait a second. A kill by Feng
Jet was
Jie.
able to get the kill. Winning strategy was used a while ago. He might got the reset. Infinite Fastness is going to come in, but Yin was able to take him down. And that is good. Right now, Sky right still in front of the members of Pause Gaming. Myosotis is just still staying in front. Frigid Prison gonna get used. He might use the Fate Rewind right here, right now. Sky goes in with the power word control. Enough damage is gonna be there, but will they get the shutdown? That's the question. He's still not down. He is still tanking a lot of damage, but Sky didn't pop the Fate Rewind, and that's why he's dead.
Oh, it took so much. It took so much for Pause to actually take down one Sky. Can you believe it? To be fair, he didn't have the Fate Rewind. It was still on cooldown, but it took so much. And because it took so much for Pause, all the resources onto Sky, it opened up a lot of space for the other members of Fearless to farm and take down objectives in other lanes.
Oh yeah, they're taking down towers left and right here for this side, just because of the space that he was able to take. But Feng Jie is still looking pretty scary here. Already level 14. They use the ultimate power with control to counter them. They have some ultimates coming out, but the Winter is here zoning out a lot of the members here. For the backline, though, Snow was able to get the kill under the backline. They were able to get more. 2 people are down on their side. Sky is just being a nuisance, trying to throw out some scepters, but it's still a 2-for-1, and Pause will take that.
And Pause is starting to learn that, okay, let's not target Sky.
Frigid Prison, that was so good. That is a nice stun. Sky would use the Fate Rewind just to reset the fight, and Pause Gaming is just going to be going away, retreating back to their base.
Okay, what's scary right now is that Sky has completed his Blazing Cape. So this will minimize the amount of lifesteal potential by Pause. So it's something that they need to keep in mind of. They cannot target onto Sky at all.
Yep. They need to target another target. Look at this. They're dealing a lot of damage, and I think they found one. Woodwind should be their target, and he is a good, big, easy one. But a set sail would be able to hit on Miosotis, and he might be dead here. Was able to get the life steal, but he is just going to flash away, but he's still dead. Right there with a flaming fall on his face, gets the kill, and he is just flashing away. And Boss Gaming still trying their best, everything that they can against Sky, but he's just staying alive.
This is ridiculous. They locked Sky underneath the tower. The tower was shooting Sky, but he was able to tank the combos, tank the tower together.
Ooh, power control might be able to get the Truth Mantra after this, so gets the combo, and that's what they're looking for. Boss Gaming gets the kill on Sky.
While that was happening, look at the top lane dash. Freebie tower to Fearless.
Oh man, that's another push, and look at the Overlord. They're also taking it, and there's no answer here from the side of Boss Gaming. They're kind of lost at what they want to do here, and because they don't have a marksman, this is going to be a struggle once they go to the late game.
Yeah, let's see if there will be a problem.
Ooh, Sensei's gonna be there. World is my board. They have the Splendor though, so at least they're very safe. Fable might be the target right here for Snow, but they're making sure the fight is moving towards their favor. And Boss Gaming is just gonna try and slow them down. Not really a lot of damage coming through. And Fearless Esports is just backing off. They need to respect it. If Sky is not around, we should respect Boss Gaming.
Yeah, and they need to respect that the fact that Sky is on his way. But now that they've backed up, it's all about clearing up the ways because earlier on, Fearless, they caught the Overlord. So they have to stay calm. They have to stay objective of, okay, we got to protect our base first, because right now, we got to think about it as well. No tier 2 towers left for the side of Paul.
Yeah, they have taken down almost everything. They used the power word control right up on Woodwind because he should be the target. They were able to get the kill, but the perfect strategy was enough to get the kill. The Flaming Palm was there to get the kill on him, and Snow is just going to go out, try to get the kill in Sky, and he is also going to fall down. A bit of an out position there for their side.
Oh, now Fearless, they open up all the lanes. Oh man, it's looking bad for Paul at this point. Okay, but anyway, it's not down and out yet for Paul. You've got to think about it. All they need to do right now is just don't focus on Sky. Try to get the backline first.
Yeah, try to get the defense on the space. They don't even need to use the Winter is here to get the defense here. But they need to find a way to get to the backline. If they get to the backline using Miosotis and even Snow, they might be able to find the thing that they're looking for. Because if they're both down, there's no damage for the side of Fearless.
Exactly. Miosotis needs to find that flank. And he's capable of doing so, especially with this hero, Byron, and Sanki. He can just run their teams. So he needs to target the back. He needs to look for Yin. He needs to look for KK. Maybe KK not so much because he can escape with the with the Infinite Vastness. But Yin is the one because Yin is going to provide a lot of control for Fearless in the team fight.
The World is My Board has been very annoying here for Boss Gaming. Even if they want to go for the backline, they always get zoned. Look at the flash there from Yin. They both flashed and nothing hit, but this World is My Board. We're kept in trap, and that's the kill of Feng Jie. That is so good. What a perfect timing for their side, though. Out of position on 2 members. They got the Legendary on 1 person, and that's 2 kills on the board, and Fearless is still on the advantage.
Oh, and Fearless right now, they just need the minions to push in. Lucky enough for Pause is that the minions or the waves were all well managed, so it will take them some time before the minions arrive. But now it's time for a defensive stance for Paul.
Yeah, just starting to drop the fuse here for this side. Now, they like the match. Gonna go in, have the set sail. Might be able to get the hit on 1 though. Snow could be the target. Releases the boat. But it's not gonna matter. They got the T3 on the bot side.
Oh, and Yin completed the Venomous Staff. So now they have the Venomous Staff. They have the Blazing Cape on Sky. They are very, very strong now.
World's My Board. Not going to hit anybody so far. Miosotis was just able to dodge it by a hair.
Disciplined gameplay, right? They know that the timer, okay, next Tyrant is going to be up soon. Might as well back off, focus on to getting the next objective, which is the Tyrant or the Overlord.
Oh yeah, they're gonna go in with a power word control. They're gonna go to the back line. Oh, 1 is that Fable was able to get 1, but look at this on the back though. Snow is doing something, doing some work, trying to get some damage, but the drummer smash would be able to knock up a lot of people. Yin is also gonna fall down here. Here comes Feng Jie getting a triple kill. He's looking for more, and Woodman is his last. That is the quadra for the side of Feng Jie.
Oh, this is Paul potentially coming back here with that 1 big win. Let's see if they'll be able to push to the end. Okay, they have about 30 more seconds to go. Where's the minion wave? Okay, they do have some small minions. They can push in.
Sky has a fake rewind though. Might be able to rewind this if ever he needs to. Actually goes for it. And the reconstruction is not going to happen though. That's good. It was a bit too early for Sky.
Oh, but he managed to defend it all by himself. Looks like Paul, they will respect them and focus on the objective of getting the overlord. But look at the base. Look at the base dash. The base, they need to return quickly.
They need to recall. I think the damage is there already. Here comes the set sail. They're trying to run forward. Pause Gaming. Will they be able to defend this? There's like 3 big minions here, but no, never mind. That's 2. They're still very safe. It's a good thing there were minions defending it. Now they have the overlord, so they could buy themselves some time.
Oh man, that was sweaty, man. I mean, we've seen enough minion games so far in multiple regions. It could potentially have been won. That was crazy.
It could happen again here on their side though. But Pause Gaming was able to at least put a band-aid on it and it's still safe. So right now, they already got the Tyrant a while ago. Feng Jie doesn't really have a lot of mana, so he wasn't able to take it. He doesn't need to take this fight. The World is My board was already placed just to zone out a lot of the members here. And Pause Gaming is going to try to defend this again.
And Fearless managed to take away the buff at the same time. So now Paul, they do not have the blue buff. They have to continue to reset again. Now, this is a very crucial time for Paul. They cannot afford a single mistake just because they do not have the defensive towers for 2 lanes.
Yeah, this is really scary though. The spot that they're in, I think one of the good things about this is that they're still finding kills here on Yin and KK. But if they don't, I think that is where the problem is going to be lying. KK taking a bit of damage. They need to start the fuse here. They need to start the fight. Right now, they're trying to feel each other out first.
I'm keeping my eye on Fable as well. He might come in anytime with the set sail, but he has to deal with the lane wave now. So they're pretty busy on their side. That will allow Paul to kind of push in on the opposite side at the same time. Just look at this. They're navigating around the top side. And for Fearless, they cannot commit all onto the top side because at the bottom it's being pushed in.
Yeah, remember, there's natural lane push at that side of the map now. Woodwind could go in here to the backline. Miyasotis is going to be the target. Use the force field suppression a bit too early, but it's low cooldown anyway, so it's still okay.
All right, reset for both sides. But for Faber, he's getting busy right now. Okay, another jungle evasion by Fearless.
Ooh, to take the space, Sky could be the target. Fidget Vision could be there, not in the first damage. Fade Rewind could be the combo that they're looking for. And Miyasotis was able to get some damage onto the backline, was able to distract them for a bit. And this game is not over. Here comes the set sail, but it's not going to be hitting them. That's going to be one for the first round. They might be able to get the Tremor Smash. That's what they're looking for. Yin is also coming in with some damage. Feng Jie was there with a winning strategy, but that's not a winning one. And this is looking like a losing one.
Oh, this could be a winning one for Fearless, though. They can potentially end this.
Yeah, goes in. World's My board. Would not be caught in the trap. A lot of damage coming in. That CC immune and that guy Fable was able to get it, cleaning up the house. The Sage's Sanctuary's there, but will he be able to defend it? He was not. And KK has the Sage's Sanctuary just in case Miyasotis comes in, and Fearless Esports was able to take game 1.
Could this be the redemption arc, ladies and gentlemen? For the first time in the qualifier, Paul is defeated in at least 1 game so far. And Fearless Hong Kong, what a game they had. Again, it's the Sky. It's the Sky. You don't need the damage up away. Look at this build. This build is just going all in damage. All he needs to do is just stay at the front, try to draw out those skills, draw out the cooldowns, and job done. He was so annoying the entire game.
Yeah, as long as he builds the Eye of the Phoenix, he's going to be getting a lot of healing, a lot of HP. So it's already a good spot to be in whenever you're playing this type of Halo, right? So that's what Sky is doing here, and it's working out pretty well. And also, the biggest mistake that Pause Gaming did here was not picking up a marksman. Nobody was able to deal with Sky because they don't really have the late game DPS. Feng Jie was there, but it is burst, and you can't burst Sky at that point in the game.
Yeah, and like what we discussed, right? Like this draft could have worked if they're able to snowball. But they were not able to snowball. They did the Liang Princess Frost combo mostly onto Sky at the early stage of the game. Now that caused them to like not able to get those early game pickoffs and not able to scale from there, allowing Sky to continue to absorb it not only at the early game phase, up to the middle phase. They were still focusing on the Sky, but Sky, he was really happy to take it all in.
Yeah, Sky was just taking a lot of damage here, and look at that. Look at where the gold swung in the favor of Pause Gaming for a bit there, because they were getting some kills. They were getting some cheeky kills on their side, and in the end, Fearless Esports was able to close it down, and the last fight was exactly what they needed. And remember, that last fight was set it up by Leon Poe, and that was a good setup. That was crazy. If it was not able to flash in and go for that burst ram, that game could have not ended.
Yeah, so I guess from what we've seen in this round, probably will be a better idea to go back to a regular marksman sort of lineup. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not going to discount we have seen like the Hansin farm lane that worked out, but Hansin is a totally different hero as compared to like maybe a Liang who was put in the farm lane sort of role. So I guess if they want to go for something like a Hansin sort of setup, they need to reconfigure their entire lineup.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, they need to think about what they need to do here. If they're gonna do it again for the side of Fearless Esports, remember, it's a standard draft, so they can do it again. And if they're on the red side again, they're gonna get away with it again. So Boss Gaming needs to think about what they can do. If they want to do the same draft, they need to be on the red side. They need to be the one picking up last. So if ever they pick up something interesting on Fearless Esports, they at least could pick up a marksman for that last pick.
Yeah, and we did talk about like, okay, how are you going to deal with a Hano, right? Is that you have a good amount of bursts to deal with him. But earlier on, we saw, yes, they have the burst with the combo of Liang and also Princess Frost. And it was targeted towards Hano. But they were still not able to take down the Hano. Now, maybe it's because like their items are not completed yet. Maybe if it's left towards later, cool, right? But with this case study, it feels like this Hano tank and how it is played by Sky, there's almost no counter to it.
Yeah, there's really not anything that could work here pretty easily for the team. I think the only thing that they could do here is maybe think about how they are going to be playing a marksman on this game. Because at least now Sky would not be surviving that long compared to how it happened today. Right now, I think an Arlie would be a good one. But remember, that last game, it was banned. So, and a D-Renjit could actually be a good answer too.
Yeah, I believe the DNJ was bad, but yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter in round number 2 because everyone can pick anything again. So if the first pick DNJ, it's not too bad, but you have a lot of other prior picks as well, right?
Yeah.
Like the Dharma is given a prior pick. The Arlie, I do agree with you that it is a popular prior pick as well that they can consider. So it's up in the air again for these two teams. Nevertheless, it is a best of 5 series. Whatever happens, we still have the following game. So for this next draft, I would personally like to see like Paul try to go back to something more safe, something that they're familiar with because they're down by 1 game.
Yeah, something they know, something more standard. And I think that would work well for the team here just because of how they played from the past few days. I think that's one of the biggest reasons. And what I like about the Hano pick is that I think it's not in the homework of Pause Gaming. I think they were not ready for it. That's why they were kind of surprised. I mean, they were probably watching this game, but they didn't think of it as a threat. And now that they faced it themselves, it was a big threat.
Yeah, and to be fair for the Hano pick, right, it was the last pick as well.
Yeah,
so we can see a pattern here, right? Like if the last pick was given to them, then and they see the situation like, oh, in their minds, it's like, oh, you have no whatever fill in the blank counter for my Hano and my playstyle. I'll pick the Hano as the last pick. So it's up to really pause to kind of decipher like what is the actual counter if they were to go for the Hano pick as the last pick, or what will they draft before the Hano pick that will stop them from picking the Hano.
Yeah, I think the thing that they could do is just get that last pick. If they're on the red side, they can pick up the Angela. As we said, Angela is going to be a very good counter against the Hano. He's going to get bursted down pretty easily. And also somebody who is going to be building Doomsday. Whoever is going to be building Doomsday, that's a good counter against that Hano build. So could be something that they're looking for here. Princess Frost and Liang could be a good count. You know what? The Princess Frost and Liang could have been good if they had somebody who would be hitting the Hano while that's happening.
Yeah, that one too. And also, it would have been better if they didn't need to fight against the Low. Because, because of the risk of like, oh, you throw everything If you get him, that's great. But if you don't, infinite vastness, move away, and everything will be wasted as well. So maybe something for them to look at. If they're going up against like a Lady Sun, or maybe like even Marco Polo even so, because he's normally this adventurous hero that needs to jump in, right? So when he jumps in, you counter by controlling him and just bursting him out. That could be another idea as well. So I guess it also depends on what sort of farm laners that will be picked by the opposite side.
Yeah, what idea they're looking for here? I think the idea for Pause Gaming is how they will be approaching the first few drafts, because so far we have seen most of the teams just picking up the Flash laners first. I think that's a good thing, but right now, okay, checklist number 1, they're on the red side, so that's good. so at least Pause Gaming would, at least Fearless Esports would not do that again.
Yeah, and they will not want to pick the Dharma for themselves as they ban out the Dharma.
Yeah.
Interesting. So they might be thinking about early, something for pause to ponder upon. But you have other prior picks as well, like the Pay that is really strong, so you want to remove that. The Byron potentially might be removed as well, although it didn't perform as well in the previous round for Pause. But you also don't want it to fall to the hands of Fearless.
Yeah. It's gonna be very scary here, but they banned the Maisha and Nui. Maybe they're baiting out the Arlie so that Fearless Esports would be forced to pick it. That could be a good strategy, but having the RD on the side of Fearless KK is very good. So you have to be careful, because last game he was legendary.
Oh yeah, that's one too. But looks like the Arlie is up for grabs. Okay. Fearless, going for it for KK's sake.
There you go.
Locked in.
There you go. You have to pick it, because if you don't pick it, it's going to be a problem, because Pause is going to be going for it and you will have no answers against it. Right now, Pause might be ready for it, and I think I'd like that, picking up the Mai Yin, just so they would have an answer onto that Arlie. And okay, I was surprised about them pre-picking the Agudo. But okay, Lady Sun is going to be it.
Okay, that's just to throw you off, right? It's like, Agudo? Nah, gotcha. But with the Lady Sun, so they must be considering a bodyguard for the Lady Sun, because this is basically protect the president. The Zhangfei is open. One last pick before we head on to the second set of bans. If they don't pick up the Zhangfei for themselves, there's a chance that it will be better. But the Ming is not too bad too. It's a very good babysitter.
I think in this combo, the Lady Sun Bing and the Diadea Arlie, I think this is a good matchup, at least for the side of the Lady Sun, because the Lady Sun would be able to tank up a lot of damage, because the Ming is going to be healing him a lot. And in the early game, just having longer range is good. And Lady Sun is a good bully in the early game.
Yeah, and with the range, of course, and of course supported by Ming, it's going to be a strong laner. Now, and if you have a Ming, right, you have to think about like, okay, I want to take down the healer as quickly as possible, because he will sustain not only the Lady Sun, but the entire team in general when it comes to team fights. So you have to put a lot of focus onto him. What would be the best to put focus onto this one particular hero is to have a very good burst damage combo onto him. So I would expect that Fearless might go for a burst mid laner instead of a more controlled mid laner. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an Angela, although it's not the most popular pick in the WKS.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Ganon mode, but they banned it on Boss Gaming. So I think that's a good step. That's a good first step, banning that out. Oh, and they even banned the Shi. I think they're forcing them to pick the Yixing on Boss Gaming. They'll gladly take that, because they picked that up a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad as well, right? You can still like try to lock in your opponents with the Worldless Mind Board, not allowing them to come close to your marksman, which is the Lady Sun. So that's fine too. That's okay. I mean, the Yixing at this meta, it's never a bad pick. But we have the Jing, my man. And Angela. Oh, we're going to get to Angela.
Oh, man. Even the Angela in this game against Sky. Oh, man. I'm kind of scared about this Jing, because the last time that they met, it was a Luna and not a Jing. So with this Jing, it's going to be a different perspective here for the team. I would have loved to have the Yixing on the side of Fearless Esports if they're going to be picking up the Jing. That could have been a better combo. But with this, I'm okay with this. The only problem is that they don't have a tank. And Pause Gaming will be happy to have one on the form of this Kaiser.
Yeah, waiting for them to lock it in. It should be. Yep, there you go. But I do like the Angela pick as well. Right? We did discuss about that. Like, you gotta burst down the Mick as quickly as possible because you don't want him to sustain the team in
That's
team
true.
fights. And the
Yes.
Angela is a good candidate to do that. Now, if you're worried about like, oh, they don't have a tank, they still have the Sun Tzu, but it also will depend on what sort of playstyle will the Sun Tzu go with. Is he going to play closer with his teams, or is he going to play like just the side lane push and come in only when needed? So that really depends on the playstyle of the player itself.
Yeah, especially if you're playing a Sun Tzu, you are expected to set the fight for the team most of the time. And I think that's also a form of tank in a way, because you're the one who's setting the fight. You're putting your body in front of everybody. But again, everybody, this is game number 2 between Fearless Esports versus Pause Gaming. It's a 1-0 right now. Let's see if Pause Gaming would be able to strike back.
Oh, Pause Gaming, they're down by 1 game, so they have to find a way to come back. But we might see.
Oh, very early fight though. A bit of farewell was used a while ago. Rolling Rain is going to get used by Feng Jie, but First Blood comes in for Fearless Esports.
I counted. That was like First Blood at 37 seconds. That's the fastest First Blood that we've seen today.
And that's what you can do, right? Whenever you're playing a Diadea, this is what you can do. Hide somewhere, use the Bitter Farewell, you have your passive, swing on them, and you have like half HP already on the enemy.
Yeah, and the fact that they got Feng Jie, that is the best target possible because everyone's still at level 1.
Goes in with a Bitter Farewell, gets a knock-up again, goes in with more damage from KK, but it's not enough. It's a bit too early, not enough anymore.
Well, we didn't say it's a bit too early for that First Blood.
That's true.
Yeah, but I guess it's because like everyone was still at level 1, so you can just throw all your skills into only Feng Jie. It was enough, obviously, for them to get the First Blood, but there was not enough for their opponents from Pause to counter back.
Yeah, they can be swinging in again. They're going to try to go for the damage and the knock-up on Feng Jie. And look at this, Sir Cloud. They're not stopping. They're just pressuring Feng Jie with this duo. And Woodman, I like what he's doing. He's matching the phase of this Ming. Because, you know, if you're playing a Lady Sun Ming, you're not going to be winning the fight. But Sky was winning that battle on the top side. And the 2-0 for the side, though. Woodman's going to be the target. The knock-up comes in. Wasn't able to get the Heart Link to get close.
Okay, at least a little bit of a redemption for Feng Jie, the fact that he got that 1 kill, but it was on a support Woodwind. Not the most valuable target, but a kill's a kill anyway, because he needs to scale towards the late game, so by at least getting something back, that's cool. I can also see that, like what you said, right, a lot of, it's a target now. Feng Jie is a target now for Fearless. They will want to take him out.
Yeah, they want to take him out as fast as they could. No level 4 just yet. World is my board has been laid down. Yin would try to fight back with a Blazing Brilliance. Has a lot of damage, though. Goes in. Pops the passing from Xiaoyang.
Oh, that was a close one there. Xiaoyang almost got taken out. That was really, really close. But I can understand as well why they want to try to take out the Feng Jie.
Yeah, they're still going for it. Look at this. Woodwind is not stopping. Even at that level of HP, he's not even afraid.
Yeah, you want to take out the president. That is your goal. Because if you kind of think about it, he's the only one that can scale towards the late game. Yeah, you can argue the Mayan, but Iron is more disruptive.
What is that?
What?
Out of the map again. And Yin was just looking for it. Look at him, just jogging after getting that kill. That was just the most casual kill I've seen.
What? Okay, Feng Jie is not having a good time there. But
True.
Eye at the top. Xiang Yu is there, is waiting to deploy the Wallace my board, but because there's no movement by Fable, so he was just wasting time there.
I think Fable is aware. I think Fable knows that he's there. And Xiaoyang hasn't been in the map for like 1 minute now. And he's aware that, hey, I might be in danger here and I need to back off a bit. Right now, KK is going to be the target though. No more Maple Dance goes back. I think that's the wrong decision. Might have the Blazing Brilliance, but Feng Jie was able to Rolling Raid away. Xinglin will be protecting him for just a bit, but a bit too aggressive there for KK.
Yeah, Xinglin right now is already at level 5, so he's able to sustain it as long as he keeps Feng Jie together with him. So now they are a dynamic duo at the bottom. Maybe Fearless might want to start to switch their strategy to do something else or try to target a different lane.
Yeah, Fearless Esports might need a bit of fear, if you may, for this game. At least back off a bit. Just respect the damage in the early game. Maybe later on KK would go crazy, but for now they should respect it. Right now they go in, they have the damage, and he gets bursted down. Xiaoyang had no chance.
Oh, and without the control of Xiao Yang, now it's go time for them to try to maybe take down the tower.
Look at the positioning here. Sky has the tower here, has a bit of farewell. They're gonna be going in. Invincible Warrior. No, he's not as invincible as you think he is. He needs to back off. Right now, Sky goes in with a double kill.
Yo!
He was fighting a 2-for-1 in that battle.
Oh, just by himself, double kill, and they almost got Snow. Oh man, looks like Fearless, they managed to snowball.
Wow. I think you're right here, Sir Cloud. I think what they want to do is to eat dinner after this. Whoever wins will be will be sponsoring the dinner. And I think Fearless Esports is looking to do that.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy to sponsor the dinner as long as they have the bragging rights.
Yeah.
So far, doing so good, and they're gonna get a free Tyrant. I don't see Paws ever challenging this one now.
Oh man, that's true. That's true. I think Sky is now on a very good level. Miasotis is level 10 also. Has almost the same amount. Never mind. He has a 700 gold lead here for the side of Sky. So he is doing pretty well against the other team. Look at Pause. They are looking for a death ball. They're looking for a full fight. But Fearless Esports is not giving it to them.
Oh, Woodwind is in trouble, maybe? Okay, nice to step away. That's fine, that's fine. But I had a good look at the items earlier on, and Fable has completed his Blood Rage. So at any time right now, if he were to use the set sail to come in, crash in for the side, go for the flank, he can tank.
Yeah, that's true. Topside, Xiao Yang goes in for the board. Not gonna hit anybody onto the backline. They're gonna be going for the bike. Mirror Domain is gonna be there. Snow is in trouble. He needs to back off. And he's taking a lot of damage here, and he's being chased down by two people. Right on the mid lane, there's also a fight happening. But Snow is going for a marathon.
Oh, no.
He's just letting them take this. He's taking so much time, and Sky is still gonna go with a killing spree. And they're chasing down Feng Jie on the other side. Though he was able to get away with the rolling rain. And Jing Lin is gonna be the next target here. He might fall down, and that's good. Miasotis is gonna be here. He has the invincible warrior. Never mind, he doesn't have it. He was able to get some slashes in, but not enough damage to be able to chase them down.
Oh, multiple fights happening at the same time. Fearless. They know how to manage themselves individually or as a duo. That will allow them a lot more control across the entire map.
Yeah, the idea is don't let them fight together. Let Pods Gaming with this composition fight away from each other, because if you fight them together, you're not gonna win. Right now, Fearless Esports understands that.
Yeah, they call that divide and conquer.
Yep, and they're dividing. Feng Jie has been divided away from Xinglin.
Oh, that's the target that they want. Beautifully executed. They tried multiple times for the past few attempts to try to take out the Feng Jie, and finally they got him. And they got him without the presence of Qingling. So they know that they need to divide Qingling from Feng Jie to get the best out of the fight.
And they got another Overlord though. That feels bad. 7k gold lead, or rather 6k gold lead at this point in the game. We're still 7 minutes into the game, Sir Cloud, and it's looking like we're here for so long already, just because of the amount of lead that Fearless Esports has.
Yeah, and the amount of engagements as well from Fearless. I guess like what you said, right? We did discuss about like, okay, Fearless, they cannot allow Paws to scale just because they have the Lady Sword, and they're doing exactly that right now.
Yeah, they're very smart at this. They're looking for that revenge. They're swinging with a 10 times stronger arm against Boss Gaming, and they're working their way towards that victory. And recognizing their win condition is also a smart thing. Remember, KK is also going to be scaling, not as well as Feng Jie, but if he has this much lead, it doesn't matter because he's going to have more items.
Oh, but will he have the space though?
Yeah.
Now that the jungle has been taken over by Fearless, it's starting to be a big problem for Paul.
Yeah, Feng Jie really needs to be careful here. They're looking for him. Right now, look at Fearless. They're not afraid of taking the fight here. Wait. Okay. I thought one tower has been taken down. It was on the side of Fearless. Okay, never mind.
Okay. I guess they had this half discipline right now because in about 40 more seconds, the Tyrant will be up. So that's why they're just trying to draw out Paws. If they see an opportunity, they will jump in. But if not, that's fine because it's 30 more seconds before the Tyrant.
Look at Sky though. Set sail. They're going to the back line. On the right side, the Mirror Domain goes in. Qinglin is going to fall down. No answer to their side. Good thing that Fable was... there was a wall in front of Fable going in with the damage right there. He's going to get the shutdown, but they get the Blade Tempest in front of the Sodas is going to be here, but KK is looking for the back line. He's looking for the kills. 3 for 2 for now, and Esports still gets the win.
With 10 seconds more before the Tyrant, And they still have Sky. They could potentially go for the Tyrant still.
Yeah, look at the good win. He's looking to get the Blade Tempest right here for Miyasotis, just stopping him on this track. Xiaoyang is just in front. Look at that, KK. Putting the parasol forward just so we can teleport to it. They were afraid of that parasol. That's why they didn't even defend that tower.
Oh man, this is like PTSD, right? They can't even approach their tower. They have to let that one go. But that also means that now the Tyrant is up and we're talking about the 10th minute Tyrant here.
Yeah, we have to be careful about this next one. Fearless Esports has a big advantage. What comes with great power is great responsibility. So they do have a lot of shutdown golds too. So if they lose their HP or if they lose their lives, they're going to be losing a lot of gold. Miyasotis fighting a 1v1 against this with a mirror domain. They have a lot of damage. So World's My Board has been used. Yin has been trapped, but the Blazing Brilliance would be able to deal damage on the backline though. He's dealing a lot, but look at that. Set Sail was trapped, and this is good. Fable was able to get onto the backline. Fojin's going to be dead, and no answer coming from their side. 3 people are down, and Fearless Esports is looking to get that Overlord.
Beautiful set sail by Fable, going all the way to the back. Oh man, that was beautifully executed. Wow, everyone was so busy in front, just duking each other, face-checking each other. He went all the way to the back with the set sail, gets the stun in, and the rest was history.
Yeah, 5 seconds on the timer. Set sail, which is going for U-turns, going for a drive, and going back away, throws it in front, gets the knock up from Miyasotis, but that is just flexing for Fable here. And KK would want to go for that push, but because every member's alive now, they're not going to continue.
Yeah, and they don't have Sky together with them. Sky is doing the split push at the bottom instead. So once that wave reaches the tower, we can expect them to go all in again.
Got the Tyrant buff though. They have a lot of items already. Almost full item on the side of Sky. 4-0 and 5 gonna go in. Fable goes in with a set, gets the damage. Xiaoyang is gonna be dead. That's 1 down already onto their side to go in. More damage. Sky gets 1 more. Gets away. Gets in. Gets out. And it doesn't matter. Everybody falls in. Miyasotis is trying his best to defend this base. He was not able to survive, but there's no more minions. That is good. Fearless Esports is gonna get the kill on him, and a quadra kill comes out for Sky. And this game is going to be over. Fearless Esports swinging back against their bullies. Boss Gaming is going to take an L, and 2-0 is going to come to Fearless Esports.
And this is the second quadra kill today for Sky himself. This guy is a menace on the gorge, ladies and gentlemen. What a game this was. And for Fearless, they know their objective. They know that, okay, they have the Lady Sun. The Lady Sun is going to be the president. They're going to give all their protection towards the Lady Sun, especially when they pick the Ming. So what they need to do is just to avoid all the bodyguards, slide through all the bodyguards, go directly onto the Lady Sun, and look at the KDA for Feng Jie himself. 2-7-0. Seven times Fearless was able to get to him.
He had the most stats. There's not really a lot of crowd control to stop them from getting to the backline, right? Which is the problem here for Pause Gaming. I love the pick here for that Jing. I think Jing really shines the most when you could just pin down 2 targets. And the Lady Sun and Ming are 2 targets every time. Every time he goes in, goes for the mirror domain. If one flashes away, at least one will be sticking on that mirror domain. And it was scary because they had no way to answer that. And they had no damage because Feng Jie is always dead.
Yeah, and Sky had a perfect 16 MVP here. That tells the whole story, right? This guy can play the Hano with the tank build, just staying in front, and then he can play the Jing with the assassin style, typical Jing style. I can see Sky to be a very, very flexible player. Like, you can throw him any hero. You can even throw in the Luban in the jungle. He could probably be able to pull off it.
Yeah, Fearless Esports could definitely say Dao Dao Hu. We got Sky in Fearless Esports. Oh man, they're doing so well here in this team. And I think what happened here for Fearless Esports have been so good. Look at the graph. It was just going up. There's no going down here for Fearless.
I like that. I like that you put out that they don't miss Dao Dao at all. It's like, Dao Dao who?
No.
Sky's the man of the hour, man.
I'm just putting the hit on the Major West because Dao Dao's there. That's why. I mean, Holler taught me well.
Oh.
He taught me how to trash talk the Major West.
I'm worried now. I'm worried now that it came from Hollow, okay?
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I mean, this is a nice game, right, Sir Cloud? It was a great game, and what we've seen from there was so good. But again, before we go into the next game, everybody, we're just gonna let you breathe a bit because we're back into 1-1, so don't go away. We're gonna be back in just a bit.
It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Qi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Qi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Qi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Qi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long.
Welcome back to WKS Spring 2025 Qualifiers Finals, and we're still on the matchup between Pause Gaming and Fearless Esports. We're still going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Sir Cloud. Sir Cloud, what do you think about that last game?
Wow, that last game. Sky is the major MVP. And it's
Sky's
not
the
because
limit.
of that last game. Sky's beyond the limit right now.
Yeah, beyond.
Beyond. He's above that. He's above that, right? And I can tell you why, right? Because if you look at the first game, okay, his Hano pick, he played it beautifully as a Hano tank. He stood in front, he absorbed everything, he forced out all the skills, and he just made himself a target man. On the second game, he played a totally different kind of playstyle. He played the Assassin Jing, a typical Assassin Jing by played to perfection. So this guy is just at a different Sky level.
Yeah, he's like a Swiss knife, right? He does everything pretty well. So that's what we do expect from something like the best junglers that we have right here. Even in the other regions, we have those better the good junglers really know how to play the assassins, they know how to play the tanks, and Sky is looking to be like that. And I like that. Whenever somebody pulls out an assassin jungler, it's good to see them do, because most of the time whenever we have a tank jungler, it sometimes becomes not their spotlight, which I don't want. I want it to be the assassin jungler spotlight.
Yeah, just because if you're an assassin, generally you go in for kills, and getting kills are sexy, right? Like doing the dirty work of tanking the damage isn't as sexy, but he's able to make it both work. So I really look forward to seeing in game 3 which type of jungler will he pull off.
Oh yeah, the question is, would Fearless, or rather would Pause Gaming, recognize that is a threat and just ban it out? That is one of the questions that I have. Will they ban the Luna? Will they ban the Jing? Because I want to see the Luna come out this time around, because if that Luna comes out, it's going to be a scary game.
Dude, if this was a global ban pick, then we will be having a very different conversation.
That's true.
Because it's not, are you going to put all your bans to Sky?
That's true. I think they should. Because if they not, one of the problems though, if they're on the blue side, one thing that I'm thinking is that the Mai Shirano with Arlie could come out again in this game. So that's what I'm thinking. Because if you're trying to put all your bans on Sky, you're leaving the Mai and Arlie open. So that's hard to deal with.
Yeah, you leave the Arlie, Mai open, you leave potentially even the Byron open, the Dharma open. Like, there's so many things to consider, right? So I don't know if it's wise for them to just aim onto Sky. I mean, you plays like Fable, they do really well too. So you know, it's like this roll of a dice, right? Like, okay, what kind of number are you gonna get? You just roll with it. But we're gonna see the first few bands being the typical bands, things that we have seen before. The Dharma's out, the Mai's out, maybe even the Arlie next.
Yeah, Dharma. Yeah, I think Fearless Esports would just ban the Arlie here for sure. They're on the red side again, so they're gonna do that. And Pause Gaming should be aware that because they're on the red side, Heino could come out in this game again.
Yeah. Man, the Halo, I believe, will give a lot of teams PTSD at this point.
Yeah. The next time around, I think in the regular season, they're gonna get PTSD from that. I like the Pause Gaming went in with a pay so that they can bully the Heino in the early game if ever the Heino comes out this game.
Okay, that is if they jungle invade the other side. But so far from the pace that we have seen, they have been pretty nice. They stick with their own side. They didn't really do any jungle invasion. So, like what you said, right? Cool. I like the pay pick. It's really good. It's good in other regions as well. But if they... Okay, let's forget about the Halo conversation now. Here comes the Jing.
This is what we're talking about, right? This is the difference in the standard draft. You can just pick up what you picked during the last game, and there's no problem. It's okay. We can pick it again for the next game, and that's good because right now they're back with the Sun Tzu, they're back with the Jing, but on the other end, they are going to be going in the buy run to the Yixing just for them to maybe have a hold of this Jing if ever they can.
Okay, I guess whatever that we learned from Jing pick earlier on is that you need to have like a good CC for the Jing. Like a single target kind of CC just for the Jing itself. If not the Jing, when he opens the mirror domain, you're gonna have a big problem. Yes, now you have the world is my board. You can sort of trap Jing within the mirror domain, but let's not forget the mirror domain needs a bit of time for it to be deployed. So he can potentially step out of the mirror domain. Step out of the world is my board before deploying the mirror domain.
Yeah, they can just dash in and out, right? You can just dash in, step out, then go back if ever you need to, just so you dodge the first instance of the world is my board. Then, that's a good thing. At least if they use that again, it could work well. But this time around, I hope they're not as surprised during like what happened during the last game. Because this time, it's looking like Fearless Esports is going for the same draft. The only thing that is different here is going to be their marksman because Arlie is banned.
Yeah, and they banned on the channel, which is a fresh new ban for today at least. So it's one out. Okay, so marksman wise, they still can go for the.
They banned the Angela though. That's interesting. Oh yeah, like you said, that's good. That's good. They can go with the Marco Polo. That works well with this composition. If it's with the Jing, it works pretty well. But right now, on the other end, it's a D-Renje going for Pause Gaming because what else are you gonna pick? You don't really have a lot of choices anymore.
Yeah, because if you think about it, right, the Marco Polo naturally will take the Purify as a spell. Like he can jump in first with the Fervor Barrage, supported by the Dia, draw out a few skills, and then comes in the Jing later on.
This is interesting. They went with the Matsu together with the Shoyu. I think they're gonna go for the late game here just so that Shoyu would have damage. The pay is a good investment for the early game to mid game. So that's a good idea. But on the other end, they do have the Marco Polo, which usually just shines in the mid game. So they're looking to finish this fast again for Fearless. And I'm not doubting because they have been doing that a lot from the past few games.
Yes, they have the potential to do that. And with the fact that Pause, they have two long-range heroes at the back, they need a lot more protection at the front. So the pay has to play a slightly different role. Maybe he's going to go for a half-tank build or maybe even a full-tank build like a Halo.
Yeah, that's true. I think that is a very possible here for their side. I think I've seen a lot of things also just picking up the pay, the full tank pay, because it also works. I mean, you still get the damage in the early game, but look at that damage on the bot side. The Shoyu together with the Mozzie is just so hard to deal with. Yin had to flash away. That's very good in this early parts of our game.
Okay, I'm trying to think of like, okay, why did they pick the Monster instead of like a typical tank roam like a Zhangfei or so on? Maybe it's because they want to try to avoid the forward barrage by KK. So he cannot jump, or he maybe can't jump far enough.
Don't be so serious.
That is so annoying to deal with though. I mean, KK really needs to dodge like 2 skill shots on the bot side. Gets the first blood with a cannon blast. What was that? He was also angling it a bit.
Calm down, people. Calm down. Okay, it's not as fast as the first blood before this, but it's still pretty fast. Below 1 minute, maybe like 50-ish seconds.
Yeah.
But that was a good angle there. And if you think about it, for the monster to aim, it's not that easy. He was able to find the angle.
And also, Feng Zhi is just getting away with hitting this Wild Winds. Sky has been seen. They have to be careful here, at least now with Sky being in the area. He's just trying to make sure that he's going to be taking some resources here for KK because they have already done some damage, and it's good. Pause Gaming fighting back.
And we gotta think about it, Sky on the Jing is very good against the Shoye. Shoye
True.
has no escape mechanism except for one flash. If they can bait out that flash, Sky comes in, Feng Jie has nowhere to run.
Yeah, and his ult getaway really takes long to ramp up to compared to other dashes we have in the game. Look at that. Emergence onto the top side. He tried to go for something, but on the bot side, though, Mysotis is looking for something. The Cannon Blast was able to hit on Woodwind. They have to be careful, though, KK. One more shot, and okay, they're safe.
Yeah, Minnesota's passing by, putting that emotional damage towards the bottom.
Yeah.
He didn't mean to do anything. I mean, he could potentially have gone for it, but I guess he just didn't want to take that risk because that was before the cannon blast hit.
Yeah, just give them a bit of a PTSD. Emergence is going to come in. Xiao Yang is going to get trapped here. Going to get pushed back with their Splendence. But nothing else. I think Yin was just there for safety measures on the bot side.
Oh, Snow at the side.
Ooh,
Fable?
might be able to find it. I think Sky could be ready on the top side. Miyasotis is also going to go to the top. So they could potentially find a battle here.
I'm looking at the farm lane though for Fearless. They've been rather pushed back, and I can understand that because a lot of rotations by Paws to the bottom that kind of like put them in a very defensive stance now.
Yeah, and also one of the scariest things is that every time you use the Heart Link on KK, you're just gonna get hit by the Cannon Blast, and that's one of the small counters of Motsu on against the Diadea, because every time you use it, he gets 2 targets, which is a good thing. At least you deny a bit of that healing.
Now that I saw the Annihilation, I'm reminded of the previous series where Fearless Esports played, and the Annihilation was on point.
Oh, goes in with a bit of link. They have the damage though. Think inside the box was also used, but wasn't able to hit anybody. That was just a safety measure here from Qinglin.
Oh, but Snow 1v1 with Fable?
Yeah, I think they're going to be chasing him down. Set sail's going to be here. Snow has a flash though, but he might be able to teleport away. He's just pushing them out of the way, and he knew he was just buying some time, but oh, the board was able to hit 2 on the bottom lane, and they answer back in kind. That's a 2-for-1.
Beautifully done. 1 board for 2. The good news, at least for Fearless, is that they did not lose KK in that fight. They lost Yin, they lost Woodwind. So there's still a level of redemption that KK can do towards the later, as long as he is not taken out.
So good. At least now they're fighting back. The fight back that they're doing here is really crazy because it's working pretty well against Fearless Esports, and Pods Gaming really has them on the neck so far in this early parts of the game.
And boss, they just got the Tyrant. So they have now a little bit of buff, looking for the next engagement.
Yeah, Sky taking liberties. Cannon Blast got him on half HP. A lot of damage rolled this my board. He wasn't able to dash away, but a good thing he was saved a bit there. That was almost a kill.
Yeah, that was what we talked about, right? Like Sky can dash out of the World is My Board when the World is My Board is being deployed. Like there's a cast time to it. As long as it's not on cooldown, as long as he, well, obviously these are the pros, so they are mechanically trained for that. He will be able to step away.
Bot lane tower has been taken down already. That's why you have space on the bot side of the map. Fable, I think he might be looking to go for this fight in the mid lane. He's already rotating. Yin, I'm waiting for them to start the fight here. Sky has the ultimate. Set Sail could come in. Miyasotis could be the target. Resplendence is there, but wasn't able to hit. And Fable could potentially be their next target, but no, never mind. They're just going to be backing off.
Good set sail by Fable, not gonna lie, there caught Pause off guard, but the rest of Fearless, they were not in the position to follow up from there. And if we were to look at the items, it's still pretty early. The most impactful item right now is the Sparkforge Dagger by KK, which is a basic item for a Marco Polo.
Ooh.
So they need more damage output before they're able to make big engagements.
2 flashes used. Snow, even Woodwind forced the flash. They thought they would be able to engage on Snow and maybe get a cheeky kill. But they cut their losses, they tapped their brakes. Right now, they have to be careful about Feng Jie. Once we go to the late game, he's going to be very scared. They're letting him farm.
Oh, at the side, okay, gotta be extra careful with Qingling there. If he lands a Cannon Blast, they could potentially go for him.
Yep. From what we've seen, they already started goes in. They have some damage. Mirror Domain is also going to be there. They have what it takes to maybe able to win this. But the World is My Board is keeping them on track. And they're not going to be able to do anything much here. Right now, it's quite a struggle. But they are taking over this jungle right here. But the T2 tower in the bot lane has been taken down.
And pause with the answer towards Fearless behind that thought.
Now, Fable is going to be backing up. Gets a knock up. Snow is just not going to continue with that.
Yeah, he's just going to be the target man, opening up the space, just checking the river if anyone passes by. So at least he's doing that, right? Giving the information back to his team. But now without the tower, he needs to play an even bigger role to open up the map, open up the front line, because he is their only reliable tank.
Yeah, so far 2K Gold lead on this game. And Fearless Esports is keeping the gap this close because Boss Gaming is really on a big advantage because of the 2 towers that they took down and even the 2 kills that they have. So right now, Fearless Esports need to find the answer. I think they need to let Sky get some farm because so far he's still level 11 and Miasotis is closing in to that level 13.
Red team has
Getting the bottom tower, at least that's a good space there created by Fable. He will continue on. He's alone. But he does have the information that the rest of Force, they are all the way up there. But now with the rotation coming in, Fable, he will not take that risk. He will leave this one.
Yeah, you're going to be just backing off. Not going to be taking the risk. They already have one more tower onto the mid lane. They might be able to look for it. Cannon Blast was able to hit on Yin. But nothing is going to happen just yet. They're just going to be stopping their tracks. They're putting cap on the engages that they want to do here.
Right, I'm trying to think about the win condition for Fearless, right? It's more of farming at this point. Because if they can get Sky into hitting his power spike, if they can get KK hitting into his power spike, that's good enough for them. They can make huge engagement because they have a lot of AoE with the Nua, with the Sun Tzu, and they will be really effective when it comes to teamfight, even more so than Paul.
Yeah, what I like about this though, what Pause is doing is that they're playing the range. They're playing the Cannon Blast, they're playing the I Ching with the World is My Board. They're not letting them do anything, but they're already trapped here. They got the kill right there on Feng Jie, but look at this collapse right there, and then with a tank inside the box, they're not going to be able to get away, but they use a lot of ultimate there so they can re-engage here with the side of Fearless. This is a fight that they can take. With Feng Jie down, they lose a bit of their damage. That's why they're looking for the chase here. KK even used the Fevered Barrage. But the Cannon Blast was able to hit. That is big. And they got the hit on 2. Fable's going to be next. Look at the dash in right here for Miasotis to get that double kill.
Oh, that Cannon Blast was so crucial to engage. And that's the beauty about the Cannon Blast, right? From afar, you're able to hit multiple targets and the stun is fairly long as well. It's just that it's sometimes kind of hard to hit just because of maybe something that's in between you, maybe the minions or maybe other heroes that you don't want to hit. But if you're able to land something like that, that is a clean opening for Pause to jump in.
That was a crucial one though, because when you need to hit something like that, that is big to start off the fights. You can usually get like 2-3 people most of the time. And Xinglin has been very consistent with hitting all those shots.
Yeah, he knows how to pick his angle, right? Like he didn't like position himself right in front in the line of sight. Like he goes through the side. Just look at his position from the side there. He's looking to hit a nice cannon blast.
Zhao Yang has a great angle here for a board. But they're not starting off just yet. Pause. Miasotis is moving forward, but just wants to get this Crimson buff. He was able to take it, which is good. But right now, I think there's some fear that I'm seeing from Fearless Esports because of this 3K gold lead.
Yeah, and the one that got the buff was Miasotis, the perfect person to give the buff to by engagement.
3 people to go for the engage. Cannon Blast gets 2. That's big again with a tank inside the box. So the World is My Board, but the backline has been breached. Sky is just going in and out, and he's winning this fight for the team. Right now, they get a 3 for 3, and KK could be next for them to get at least a 4 for 3. And still, in the end, Bots Gaming was able to win it.
Now that's why the pay was a prior ban here before this game, ladies and gentlemen. Look at him. He's just chasing down heroes for the side of Fearless. Even KK, he tried to keep his distance, but because the pay is so fast, he's not able to keep his distance away.
Yeah, especially the damage that he's been dealing when he was there in that fight. He was there to clean up. But the start of that fight was also good just because of what Qinglin and Xiaoyang did. They did a cannon blast to the World is My board. Once they got that combo in, it was over for Fearless Esports.
Yeah, right now for Fearless, they have to regroup themselves again. Here we go.
Oh, goes in for the knockup. They got one on Miyasotis, but they're not going to follow through. They got Fable on the trap, and he's not going to go anywhere. The fence is there, and there's nowhere to move. Woodwind needs a heart link. But right now, Fearless Esports... Oh, no, Yin got hit. That's bad. Taking liberties could be here, but it's a good thing he got the Resplendence to push him back. That's the kill that they're looking for. Fearless Esports is looking for the kill. Feng Jie is doing a lot of damage. Goes in with another knockback. Sky, 1 HP. Double kill comes in for Feng Jie.
Oh, so much distance for Shoyu. Kept by the other teammates, and now they're breaching inside.
Yeah, Feng Jie really taking space here. KK just needs to back away. Needs to go back and regenerate a bit because Feng Jie's damage has been hitting like a truck.
Oh, annihilation onto Feng Jie. But that's not going to deal enough damage. I mean, he's at the point that he can easily recover himself. So now he's back to full health. He got the buff. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the rest of his teammates to come back and maybe find an opportunity to re-engage.
He has his Sun Chaser now. This is very scary. I think he's full item at this point in the game. And with this full item, Shoye, this game is technically gonna be way, way harder for Fearless Esports. Goes in for the shots. 3 shots in. And Yin almost died there.
Okay, I'm also looking at Sky. He needs to find that angle to go to the backline directly. The only thing that he needs to be careful when he gets to the backline is think inside the box. Now, if that's not going to be a problem, if he's able to like separate like the Shoyu and also the Mozer, then that's the perfect scenario for it. If not, they probably have to try to bait out the thing inside my box before he's able to go for the backline.
Yeah, they need to go and find a good set sail here against them. Fearless Esports. Oh, wow. They dropped the Shadow Vanguard on the top side, so KK would need to clear up a lot of this wave. And they're already setting the fight up on the top. And with the World is My board, got the hit them too, but nobody to jump in. I think this is still not good. At least now they burnt a bit of a cooldown, and they might be able to fight back on this T3.
And now Fearless, they have to let this tower go. Now they're in the turtle position. But look at Sky. Look at Sky from the back. Keep your eye on him.
Ooh, it's a good position. Might be able to find it. Right now, they have the Shadow Vanguard just walking towards them. He's just waiting for Feng Jie to be closer to the mid lane. Right now, he's at the top side, but the Resplendence might be able to clear this wave here. So this is still a very safe place. Yin is now low between, but the World is My board goes into the backline. They got the kill. Sky is going to go in, but no damage came through for him to finish anybody on the side right now. But here comes the favorite Barrage. Might be able to get the damage. 3 people are still alive. 2 kills on their side, though. Miyasotis is trying his best to take down the tower. It's still alive. 2 for 2. Last tower onto the mid lane, and this is it. All the T3s are down, and Feng Jie is still very, very healthy. Goes in for the set sail, gets the knock up on him, and the tank inside the box is stopping them from doing anything. Traps a bit of KK, and he doesn't have the fevered barrage anymore. With the cannon blast hitting, that game is over, and Boss Gaming will be taking game number 3.
The night is still young, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go back yet. Don't turn it off yet because we have more games to come. Pause Gaming, they crawl back 1 game. And this round, Pause Gaming, they set up very well at the back. Okay, you have to show you have the Mozer. At first, you might be thinking like, oh, why the Mozer? Like, how is he going to contribute in this? But from what we see, is the think inside the box that was used splendidly by Qinglin to protect the Feng Jie, not allowing Fearless Esports to penetrate through.
Not even getting close. That is the scary part about this combo that they're doing here. Feng Jie has been really strong at the backline, and giving him a lot of farm was not a good start here for Fearless Esports. And Miyasotis was not answered. And there's nothing that they could do if they have somebody like this doing the backline. And it was very scary. Also, just to point out, Qinglin has been really great at hitting those cannon blasts and usually stops Fearless Esports whenever they try something.
Yeah, every time his Cannon Blast comes out, it's like catching 2, catching 3 from Fearless, allowing them to engage on the Fearless the moment that hit. That was beautifully executed. And it was also helped with the fact that Feng Jie managed to build the Sun Chaser, and that will allow him even more of a distance between himself and also like the action area. So as long as he can keep his distance, he's absolutely fine. That is the beauty of the Shoyu. You must be able to keep your distance, dishing free damage from afar.
Yeah, Pause Gaming going back on this. Look at that. Game number 3. This is almost the same graph that Fearless Esports had during game 2. And they're not going back without a fight. And they are just showing their fangs this time in game number 3. And what a great showing here for the team. Fearless Esports need to think about their next step.
Yep, no fangs shown in this round, but they are showing their fangs. So great work there by Pause. I mean, Pause, they still want that extra $500 in the pocket, right? Of course, the bragging rights before they go out for dinner after this, maybe.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Whoever gets the bragging rights is the true winner of this one. But again, they are, at this point, I do think they're really good friends here for both of our sides. They do know each other, and they're from the same region anyway. But I'm kind of excited on what they can pull through here on the next one, because so far, they have been very creative with how they are going to be playing the game. The drafts have been almost the same, but I like how Pause Gaming approached that game.
Yeah, it's the adaptation, right? Like, I can give you the Jing, not gonna be a problem, right? I can give you anything that you want, even the Sun Tzu and all that. Heroes that actually brought you the win. But instead of thinking about like, oh, I want to target ban you, I want to target ban Sky, they readapted to however Sky's gameplay is. And the Jing, let's remember, the Jing was the second pick in this round. So the moment they saw the Jing, it's like, oh, okay, let's set ourselves up for Sky. And we can see that Sky did not really have a good time. He did not have the opening. He had the idea. Like towards the end, like, okay, I want to flag. I'm looking for an opportunity to come from behind. But because they know that he's going to do that, because they didn't see him in front, he must be somewhere behind. And like what you mentioned earlier on, the Sky was waiting for the Shoyu to put himself in an offside position. But he was never in an offside position because they had that at the back of their mind.
Yeah, he was sticking to the wall on the top side, and I think that's the best thing to do. Put as much distance as you can from you and the Jing, and he won't be able to catch you. And that has been the formula of most of the Shoyu players that we have on multiple regions. Just put some distance from you and the assassin, and as long as you're not dead, the fight is over. The fight is yours.
Yeah, you've got to hug your teammates, hug the wall, right? You know,
yeah.
Everyone needs emotional support, even though it's a wall. And that's true enough, right? That's true enough. But is it going to be worthwhile to ban like the Shoyu? It's definitely not going to be worth it. So teams will need to just adapt to whatever draft that's laid onto the table. Exactly what Pause did. It's like, okay, they didn't target Bad Sky, or they let him use the Jing and it was the second pick. They immediately readapted to the Jing pick and it was very well executed.
Yeah, and what they did there was just put an early game hero like a Pei and just outpace the Jing. That's really what you need whenever you're fighting against the Jing. The Pei is just going to be taking the early game, snowball it. He had like 2 level gaps the whole game. He had 2 or 3 level gaps against that Jing, and the Jing wasn't able to do anything just because of that.
Okay, so now that you mentioned about the Pei, right? If there's any respect ban out the Pei. There's a reason why the Pei was a popular ban today.
Yeah, I think they're very afraid of the Pei because in this game alone, especially in the standard draft, Pei is going to be very valuable, especially if you know how to play his strengths, like the early game to the mid game and how you invade the jungle. If you know how to play that, it's going to be easy to work with, which is why they hate. Honestly, everybody hates picking up fighting against a Pei on this region.
Yeah, the mobility that he has, the potential damage output, he's flexible to go for full damage, half tank, or even full tank. Like he has that flexibility. So let's say if like you go to the late game and you think to yourself that, okay, maybe you go for a full damage build and it's not working out for you, you can like, okay, let's swap the items out. Let's say you're able to farm like very late into the game, you have excess gold. Let's swap the items out and we'll still work for the Pei because this is how flexible the Pei can be.
Yeah, and that's what's scary about the Pei though. I mean, they know how to play around the strengths of the Pei because even on the other regions, they even go full tank. If they don't have a tank in the lineup, they go full tank on the Pei. His damage is still going to be there, but not as strong as he goes to the late game. But he's tanky, so it works out for the team. They have somebody to tank the front line and he doesn't die really fast, so that's the idea that they're looking for here. So right now, I do think that's a problem. So Fearless Esports should ban that.
Yeah, I think it's a must ban here, right? Looking at how flexible it can be. But let's see if they will pick that as their ban because we're coming on to the the fourth draft, apologies there, for today. So Fearless on the blue side, Pause on the red side. Hey, yep, there goes. You're out, man.
There you go. You're not gonna be played this game. I mean, that's one of the biggest problems on the last game. And Pause Gaming still recognizing the other picks here that could potentially be a nuisance against them. And Luna is also one of them. So they decoded the Jing. So it's okay if they pick the Jing again because we decoded that. We won against that. So we're just gonna be banning the Luna this time.
Yeah, so Luna's out. I don't think they'll spend a ban on the Jing. They might want to consider to like take out the normal ones, Lee, later on. But okay,
Okay.
that's beyond me.
Okay, I'm surprised. If this was like a global ban and pick, sure. But this, in this game, I excuse me? I'm not expecting that.
Okay, but you know what? Even the Sun Tzu banned out, that was also above expectation or beyond expectation. So that will allow like the other heroes to be picked up, like the Dharma. We're probably going to see the Arlie picked up by Pause.
It's gonna be a My Arlie. My Arlie.
My Arlie, let's go.
Yeah. I think it's because it's available, they're gonna go for it. Oh man, that's gonna feel bad. Both of them. Oh, they went with the diarrhea. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. I think Arlie is still good.
Yeah, because you can combo the Dedia with the Arlie, right? So that's fine. The Mai will still be open for both sides. Fearless can take it, but let's also remember, right? Like the Mai is to a certain extent situational because it's very high mechanical. It requires high mechanics, right? But hey, I mean these are the pros, so why not? They're obviously trained for it. Let's go.
They're just gonna be picking it up for the extra crowd control on their side. But this Yoo-Hoo one, if this is gonna go to Woodwind, I'm okay with it. But if it's gonna go to Sky, I'm not okay with it.
Please don't. Okay, go to Woodwind. I think that's fine, right? If it goes to Sky, I will have a lot of questions. But it might go to Sky though because he's picking the Smite.
Yeah, I think it could be, but maybe they're gonna be swapping it up a bit later on, so it could still be possible. So maybe that's a flex pick that Pause Gaming need to think about.
Okay, all right. Yeah, they can still flex it, right? Like later on, so it's fine. Now the Toon being picked up by Xiaoya, very balanced lineup. They have a tank, they have a good support, and they also have a very good current meta marksman as well. So Pause, they're setting themselves up well so far. For Fearless, they'll be looking to pick up a marksman for sure. So Long is still available, interestingly, but I don't know. I'm not liking the Long now that you have the idea on the other side because the flaming palms can be quite a waste.
I think a Chano could work here in this game just because they need damage for that one. Or if they're gonna be picking the Heino, I think they need damage for that one. But the problem, if the Heino gets picked, it's gonna be easy wave clear for them. Shoyu could be a good idea. Oh, Shoyu is a good idea, especially if you're fighting against a Mai in the mid lane, so that you could not be outpaced against the Mai.
Like you keep your distance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea too, because the Mai can go for the backline. Okay, so Shoyu, that's pretty nice. How's about a Marco Polo? Nah, Marco Polo's not that great as well because like the RD has good mobility, the Dia as well has the passive, so you might want to skip that one. Yeah, I will go for the Shoyu, Frank.
Yeah, I like the Ogren. I like their Ogren pick here. I think even if Dun is a counter, if you're going to be fighting against this lineup, you need to be, as you said, Shoyu is going to be a good pick here. They want to go for the late game. They need to invest a bit on Ogren first and let Shoyu just do his thing in the farm lane. Then, especially with the heal from the Yoo-Hoo one, it's going to be okay. He's going to be okay.
Credit to you, man. You brought on the Shoyu first, so not gonna take the spotlight away from you.
It's okay. It's okay. It's both our points, so it's okay. Oh, again, Pause Gaming. Would they actually go for this? Because from what I'm seeing, is Is this gonna be a pick here for their side? Because Pause Gaming would have a problem here if this gets picked up for their side, though.
Right. So, that is actually a potential. Okay. So it looks like they will lock it in. Or I'm trying to digest it, right? Because it's not the common picks when they have other options like the low. But yeah, I'll need a moment to digest this one.
That's true. I mean, the Xiao, I think the idea with him is to have the same, almost the same concept as a Kaiser. That's what I see every time I see a Xiao, because he's gonna have a bit more healing compared to the Kaiser. He's gonna have a bit more damage, but he doesn't have the tankiness of a Kaiser. But with that said, the healing from him is gonna be a good enough reason to just pick him.
Right, let's see if that reason will bring them this win, because for Pause, they have to claw back here since they're down by 2 games. Well, technically 1. Let's go!
Yeah.
Game number 4.
Yeah, game number 4, and it all comes down to how Pause Gaming is gonna play this. From the other side, Fearless Esports was allowed to play a lot of other different heroes on their side, so this is good. At least they have the Mai Nui, so this is gonna be a different game.
Yeah, and looking over at like the win potential for maybe Fearless, right? So they need to keep the Shoyu at bay. They need to keep the Shoyu safe, and they do have that with wins potential.
Yep, they have a potential for a kill. Feng Jie is gonna fall down again. And this is like game 2. They're just gonna go for that bully against him.
And this is like what? A 1-minute rotation? That's basically like the first wave, and they've already made their rotation even before hitting that level 4. That is really, really fast.
Oh yeah, very fast early game here. Fearless Esports not afraid to take the challenge here. And Yin, again, just investing a lot of his presence in the bot side.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll see a jungle invasion by any side, right? Because if you look at it, like Algren has the potential to jungle invade. He is very tank.
Yeah, he's very tanky, and he doesn't really need... he does need a lot of investment, though, but he's way faster compared to what Miyasotis could do.
And we can see both sides. They're playing this tug of war at the bottom now. Also Paul, but look at the top. Rotation by Paul. They want to try to get something out this top, but the communications are clear. But they still
Yeah,
engage.
they're gonna go in. What a great truth matter. Doesn't have the level 4 just yet. They have the burst down that they need to go for. Conductor's gonna be there for Xiaoyang, gonna push him back away, but Fable is still gonna fall down. It all comes down to this last person standing. Miyasotis is gonna be taking a lot of damage, gonna be tanking up a lot, and that wind slash is not gonna work out. That's 2 kills for 1.
Whoa, so Fearless. That is a good rotation by them to come and support their teammates, but they're not done yet. Look at this dash. They want to go straight in to get this buff, and they know that they can do that because they don't have the manpower to challenge for it.
That's true. The fast way is what they are going to go for here for Fearless Esports. And just dying once in the early game is so crucial because whenever you die once as a jungler, the other jungler is going to take your jungle.
Yeah, and they managed to take like what? Not only the buff, but they also managed to take 1 camp out of pause. So that's 1 camp down. That allows Fearless to have that little bit of a gap here. But it's still very, very early. 1k gap at this stage is still alright. Let's wait for the 4th minute Tyrant.
Yep, you could go for this. Maybe Woodwind could try to go for it, but the kill onto the top side has already happened. Snow was able, or rather, Xiaoyang was able to get it with that gap.
But at the bottom is Qingling thinking of something creative. They don't want to take that risk because they're about 35 more seconds before the first Tyrant. So it's more of like just moving around, setting themselves up for the Tyrant. Pause. They want to go for 4 of them there.
Oh, they're going to try to go for invade. And Rollerblade was used by Miyasotis. Doesn't really net them anything so far. And they are just getting any vision that they can here. Yin, prime position to be maybe able to get a kill.
Oh, right in the middle.
Yeah, Woodwind gonna be the target, but the Wind Slash, they're not gonna continue. They know that he has an ending sorrow, so they're not gonna take that fight.
Yeah, so very calculative by them. But You may see the objective around this area.
Viosotis against 4 people. This is not good. Truth Manta throws him on that wall, and they might be able to get the kill on him. But look at this. They might be able to go for it, but the backline has been breached already. Look at what Bang Jie is doing. Yin just fell down, and Sky is just going to be running away.
Oh, Yin fell. The moment Yin fell, Pause knows that, okay, guys, we can get more out of this fight. Maybe even the Tyrant. But they're not really going for it yet. Okay, they want to clear off the wave, and now Tyrant. Maybe even a Feng Jie solo Tyrant. But oh, interesting. They didn't really commit to the Tyrant yet.
Yeah, they're not going to go for it just yet. They are waiting for the timing here. KK is trying to get the vision. They know that the Tyrant is getting started. And they have a lot of people already in this area. Fable has an ult. The Truth Mantra is available, so they have to be careful about this. Stun comes in with a mournful tempo. Qinglin is already half HP. And they have to be pushed back away. Qinglin might get killed in with a Conductor of Souls. Pushes him through the wall. Xiaoyang's gonna be next with the slow. And the execute gets the double kill for Sky.
Oh, just one invasion. They got the double, but they're not done yet.
They're not done. The Wild Wind was able to get the kill on Feng Jie. And this is gonna be a Tyrant call for sure for Fearless.
Oh, in the middle?
Yeah, they're gonna go for it. Snow. Very tanky. He has a lot of healing though. Fable just gonna back off a bit with the formlessness. The damage coming from Snow, very scary. They have to respect that.
I speak about scary, but from the side.
Miasotis goes in. We have the wind slash, and they are just gonna be getting the knockups. And Sky is not even afraid. He's just face tanking all the damage coming in from Miasotis.
Man, give my buddy here a dash of break.
Bitter Farewell, Conductor of Souls. Oh man, that's a lot of small fights that are happening here, Sir Cloud.
I know, right? The team's not giving you a break, man.
Oh man, it's so funny because they're trying to go for fights, but there's no kills happening, and you can see the pressure is on. That's why they're doing it.
Yeah, it's like they look like they want to come in, but then it's like, oh, we look like we're serious, but we're not really. Maybe yeah.
Knock up coming in. They might need a truth match, and not even needed. Fable was able to get the kill there. Qinglin gonna go for the chase with Feng Jie dealing damage. Goes in with a truth and hits the two. And Qinglin is gonna fall down. The re-engage comes out, and Feng Jie is trying to clean up house. Here comes Fable, gonna try to go for the kill with Enlightenment Mantra. They were able to get some distance between them, and here comes Snow to get the double kill, and that still works. 2 kills for the side of Pause.
Man, they committed those small skirmishes to finally getting a kill, but in the middle.
They're gonna go for the fight, but I think they're not gonna kill this. Bottom lane tower has been taken down, and KK, this is not good. He's getting a lot of gold though.
I'm looking at the side coming in.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the fight. Feng Jie is gonna be the target. Parasol's in front, but they are gonna move forward. They have the wind slash in just a bit. Gets the knock up on Sky. He's gonna try to run away, but the damage comes in. KK is here. Here comes the sniper. He's gonna move forward, flash in, doesn't care about the distance, and he gets 2 kills for that.
Well, beautifully executed, well protected at the same time. Look at KK's health. He's well and healthy. They can hardly touch him.
Look at the distance. He got the knock-up truth match on 2 people. That's so big for Fable. With the flash of the truth to the wall, and they get punched to death.
Oh, no.
And Qinglin is next. 4 people are dead.
Oh man, like if there was a chart, like it just went all the way escalated.
Oh man, Woodwind gonna be there to have the damage show. Knock-up coming in. They get Yin another kill for his name.
And this is the most small skirmishes that we have seen so far today. It's like, okay, one fight, it looked like it ended, and then all of a sudden, another small skirmish happened elsewhere. Like these two teams, like they're playing this like a brawl.
Yeah, they're not finishing. Like with the kills, it's still happening. And what I like about that is there's some shutdown golds for Fearless Esports, which is why until now the gold lead is just 3K. Not really a big gold lead for the amount of kills that they have here for Fearless Esports. It's looking like Pause is fighting back pretty well. Right now, the Parasol has been used just to back away, and they're gonna go to the back line. They got the knockup. Yin is gonna be dying. What a good play from Feng Jie.
Man, Yin didn't really have a good time. But the fact that they were able to lock Yin before he's able to like dash around the map, that's good.
Ooh, looking for the lockdown. Snow, low HP, gets the kill. KK still in position. Miasotis putting the distance right on KK, and this is good. They're trying to go for the damage. Sky is fighting another fight on the side, while they're getting double kills on the front, and Sky is still pretty much alive.
Okay. When is the next fight right now? I'm getting ready myself, right? It just doesn't end.
It's in the next 20 seconds.
Look at this, right, Dash? it's below 9 minutes. We're already like what 20 plus kills.
Not even 20 seconds, there's another fight, and Fable finishes him off with another truth in front of him.
You called it, man. You called it. Give them 20 seconds. Okay, they delivered it to you below 20 seconds. They exceed your expectation. Come on,
crazy.
maybe we'll see another one in 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think the next one, nah. They're resetting. Both of the teams are resetting, so maybe give them a minute, I think. Because right now, they're looking for one more here just because the Overlord is up again. And they're looking for the next one. Topside has been taken down, and there's not really a lot of space to try and take a fight now.
And they're looking at Jingling at the top.
Ooh, topside, Sky, gonna go to the back line, goes in with the Conductor Soul, slows them down for just a bit. Lin still very much alive, but never mind. He got killed from far away with Woodwind's damage. And here it comes, the Radiance gets the slow. They go and back away with Unruly Blade. Fable tries it to go in and maybe get the truth on anybody. Goes for the heal, back off for the team.
10 minutes, 24 kills in total. Beat that record, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
this is a brawl. Both teams, they just like, okay, the 20 seconds that we talked about was more of like just letting their skills reset. Once the cooldown is out, they're back in again.
Yeah, and now that the flash is also out for Fable, he's gonna look for kills. Look at him, in the mid lane, goes in, throws him to the wall. And as I'm saying it, he got the kill again.
After getting the Tyrant, so they have the extra buff, and they know that with the extra buff, they're confident in taking that kill. So with the extra buff, Paul, they cannot engage there to let it go. By the top
Outside, Fengji. Almost getting the kill on Woodwind, but he knows he has the unending sorrow, so he's kind of respecting him. But look at the chase here from Yin. He's getting chased down by Lin, but wasn't able to get the bitter farewell. Look at KK. He's moving forward. He's in front of everybody. He's in front while Myosotis is dying in the back. And he is just going to be finishing him off because he was able to push away all the members of Pause.
Yeah, everyone else just went like, sorry, Myosotis, you know.
Yeah.
You're
we can't
buddy.
deal with KK. We can't deal with KK, so might as well.
Yeah, we had to sacrifice someone, but hey.
What a flash mournful tempo there for Woodwind. What a great timing. And look at where he's going. Fengji is backing off, and Sky is taking the damage to the face. He doesn't care. Fable comes in, surprises him with a punch in the face. And that is good. 2 more kills for the side of Fearless.
I like how Favor waited behind because he knows that he's going to return to that exact spot, and he was ready with the mantra. And there goes another kill. Now it's all about getting in.
Onto the back line to go. Xinglin's gonna be next. They have them on the chopping block. They have their names on papers. They know where they are. They're wanted by the Fearless squad. And this is it. Another tower onto the bot lane is gonna get taken down. And that is one more destruction that Fearless is ensuing. It's just big. Now they're gonna go to the Overlord.
Well, everything's open right now. They can easily take the Overlord. I don't see Pause actually challenging for it. Look at the goal difference. It's almost 10k now.
Xiaoyang just flew. Okay, I thought he's gonna get killed by Fable. Look at Fable's position. He's gonna be looking for a kill here. I can see that Fengji, or no, never mind. Xiaoyang could be the victim here, but they're not moving towards where he is. I think this is a very scary spot. They're starting with the Overlord. They're trying to push a bot lane, but that wave in the bot lane could just get swept here. Xiaoyang, oh no, man. Buddy, you have to be careful. Fable is in the area.
Okay. So no target for Fable, but maybe for Sky.
Yep, Sky, looking for it. Going in front. Just building a wall in front of them, and KK is just dealing damage like a truck onto the backline. 4 members have been slowed down. Fengji looking for a kill, and look at that knockup coming in from Yin. He dies for the cause, but it doesn't matter because they're gonna look for more. They're gonna look for the backline. No more backline because the crystal has been broken, and Fearless Esports ensues revenge against Boss Gaming, and they're the champions of the qualifiers.
Congratulations to Fearless Hong Kong for becoming the champions. And this is revenge served. They met each other in the upper bracket semifinals. Pause Gaming won against Fearless 2-0. And this is Fearless saying that it doesn't matter at the upper bracket semifinals. It matters at the grand finals.
Oh man, Sir Cloud. Game 1 was a warning shot. That was the warning shot of Fearless Esports. And with that, they already knew what Pause Gaming is looking for in these games. They even brought out the Chow Chow in this game, and they were not able to do anything with it. Fearless Esports just knew what they were supposed to bring here. I mean, what's good about this is that they're going to be sponsoring the dinner after for Pause Gaming, and both of them, they're going to be celebrating. They're both in the regular season, so they're probably going to be celebrating after this.
Hey, I mean, extra $500 they can eat lavishly. That's fine.
Yes, that's a lot of money for them to eat outside for just one night. So they are at least gonna have fun after this. Fearless Esports and Pause Gaming, both of them will have like a 2-week break before we go into the regular season, but at least now they can breathe steady. They will have the prize pool on their hands. So this is a safe spot for Fearless Esports. But what I like is that, as you said, revenge has been served.
Yep, revenge has been served, and they're also sending a statement to the teams waiting in the regular season. The other invited teams that, hey, you know what? If we're able to pick up ourselves to win this sort of comeback against Pause, this is a statement here. And let's all remember that Pause, even though this name is kind of new in the scene, but the players themselves, they are experienced players. Yet, Fearless, they're able to deal with it. So for the teams waiting in the regular season, they're sending a message to say, watch out.
Yeah, getting that win against them is just a big flex, though. I mean, getting that win against one of the best teams on the last year. The last year, they were one of the strongest teams, and being able to defeat them is such a good way, like a bragging rights here for Fearless Esports, because they themselves struggled against AG back then. But this time around, they are trying to fight back on a different phase. I mean, a different jungler. Right now, they're kind of shining, so I hope they would be able to move forward steadily on the Wildcard King series.
Yeah, absolutely, right. So it's going to be exciting to see what happens later in the regular season, because what's going to return in the regular season is going to be the global ban pick. So the hero death will be challenged by that. But I mean, when they talk about like the experience of not only these players, but also the organizations themselves, and I'm pretty sure they're ready for that.
Yeah, and again, this is a very scary spot to be in, because the wildcard really has a lot of teams from all the other regions. So with the wildcard, there's only one team, or rather, is it one team? Yeah, it's one team that is going to get the ticket there on the KWC, so they need to win it. Other than getting bigger money here on the WKS, they're going to be getting bigger ones once they get the slot to KWC, and also they're going to be flying to Riyadh for that EWC.
Yeah, so a lot is going to be on the line here for the teams at the regular season, because like what you said, there's only one slot. That one precious slot, man, it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge, right? I really can't wait to see what's going to happen when it resumes again, because let's also remember that those teams that were invited directly into the regular season, they are having their own chips. They are being chilling, chipping away while watching this game, learning a thing or two about what these players might go for. So they're also preparing themselves.
Yeah, they are definitely preparing themselves for the next steps here, because right now it's again gonna be good here for them, because I'm kind of looking at what else they can do here for the other teams. They can prepare, they can have a bit of a chill time for the 2 weeks. Or no, these are players. These players want to win, so they're probably training the whole 2 weeks of break.
Yeah, but that will be the end for us in the qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a pleasure casting alongside you, Dash. I hope to be able to cast with you again in the future. Who knows?
We hope so. Yeah. Let's see.
We also like to take a moment to thank the amazing production team that's been working hard behind the scenes as well. And also thank you so much to all the teams out there who've been putting out a good show for all of us, and also to you, especially the audience that have been supporting the show. We thank you so much. My name is Sir Cloud. Together with Dash, we'll be seeing you again in the future. Goodbye.